Thank you everyone for tuning in to yet another episode in which I talk about issues related to public transport. Last video, which was recorded 3 days ago, was improperly recorded. The recording cut out, and as a result, it is not going to be uploaded. And this means that I'm going to both retrace steps and move on. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'm not retracing anything you didn't see. The video that, as I mentioned, was not properly recorded. The recording cut out. The topic is going to stay the same, which is integration between high-speed and low-speed trains on the Northeast Corridor. The exclusion of the broadest definition of the New York metropolitan region, which, for the purpose of this conversation, is the reach of its commuter rail network from Trenton to New Haven. That exclusion stays because this is difficult. I'm currently doing a little bit of an easy mode. We're going to go out to hard mode, then we're going to do the challenge runs, but this is literally what I'm going to do for a living for the next year and a half. So we can start with easy mode, is my point. Easy mode is everything else. And bear in mind, when I say easy mode, I don't mean it's completely trivial. I mean easy mode in the same way that you play a new, unfamiliar video game, maybe on easy mode, but it's still a challenge. It was still an actual challenge when I played FTL on easy. I think I did take a few. I was not completely inexperienced playing it on easy, and I still needed a few tries to beat it on easy before I switched normal and then hard. So it's the same thing. Now, last time, in what was improperly recorded, we went over New England. Again, New England past the reach of New York commuter rail, which goes as far as Waterbury and New Haven. So, when I say integration, what I mean is this is not a Shinkansen style system. And I don't mean that the present day Amtrak service is not Shinkansen style. That's for granted. I mean, the Amtrak's present day service is somehow slower than German trains, while also being worse connected and worse timetabled than French trains. It's kind of this annoying thing where you can look at what France does better than Germany, just raw speed, and what Germany does better than France, that is integration. And the Northeast Corridor manages to be worse than each at what it does less good. Thankfully, this is very nice geography, and I don't mean nice in the sense that it's easy to build in. It is parts of it are not. The New York region, again, is the hard part, mainly New York and Haven. It's nice that if I were to draw a straight line between the municipal limits of Boston and Washington, D.C., just a straight line. It's not how the trains are going to go, obviously, but just to showcase something. This straight line passes through the municipal limits of Philadelphia, not quite city center, but close, and through not just the municipal limits of New York, when we're through something vaguely city center to city center, it passes very close to the literal Penn Station. So you have this collinearity among the four largest cities, in near collinearity with the fifth. Technically, you very slightly slice off Baltimore. And all of these are through stations except at the end. And this means that one line can serve all of them, and this means that you actually can have better connectivity without trying. And this is a big kind of killer app that Amtrak does make use of. It's not like Amtrak inherits this great system and is screwing it up. I mean, it is. But this specific thing, it's actually doing fine, which is that the trains just go like this, as opposed to weird things where in France the trains tend to go non-stop between major cities because they don't believe in seat turnover. So Paris Marseille trains don't stop at Lyon, even though Lyon is on the way. And this is not even inheritance. I think it was built pretty deliberately in the 90s, unfortunately. In Germany, there's better connectivity, as I mentioned, at the expense of speed. or rather, not at the expense of speed. It can be done better. They just have not bothered with speed as much here, sadly. But some of the key stations are terminals. So Frankfurt, so Frankfurt Hauptbahnhof is not a through station. When trains go through, what it means is they terminate, they dwell for 4 minutes, and then they go back. Same is true of Leipzig, which most trains between Berlin and Munich do stop at. Currently it's a through station, but it's a kind of awkward through station because it points east-west. Nearly all traffic goes east, so I don't think trains ever pinch at Köln, but there do exist trains that end up having to skip Köln and serve an underground station just on the other side of the river, Deutz. Likewise, some trains have to skip Frankfurt, or rather skip Frankfurt Hauptbahnhof and serve the airport instead. These are problems. They do make it somewhat harder to run trains in Western Germany, and I'm happy to say that no such problem exists in the northeastern United States. Moreover, parts of the corridor, and again, this is mostly eastern New England, are straight, very straight in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, so they can be reused. Conversely, building an entirely dedicated track system is prohibitive. I mentioned New York to New Haven as a problem segment, but everything else that is also true. So essentially, you have to integrate the trains with lower speed traffic while still trying to run fast. And when I say fast, I mean, let's say as fast as, at a minimum, the fastest trains in Germany. That would be Boston to New York and New York to DC in about 2 hours each. That would roughly, that would be like what trains, the faster trains in Germany, like Köln to Frankfurt or Berlin to Hamburg, would do if they were slightly more reliable. And these trains are still unreliable by international standards. If they were, let's say, Swiss reliable or even French reliable, the average speed, which again currently on the fastest trains in Germany is about 170 kilometers an hour, you could cut not quite a quarter of the travel time, but you could cut off, I don't know, most of the quarter, like 1/6 maybe. So they actually would be able to scratch 200 kilometers an hour. And for our northeastern application, it's, I don't know, an hour 50 maybe. Boston to New York and New York to DC, and then if more construction were done, still not fully segregated Shinkansen style, an hour 40, an hour 45, and this is probably good enough. I mean, at some point, the benefits of going from an hour 40 to an hour 30, I mean, they're real, but at some point the costs are too high. So the point is that this has to be a system with a lot of integration with low-speed trains. Is Baltimore still the fifth largest? It's the fifth largest metropolitan area. I think it might actually be the. Okay, I'm gonna Google it. Largest U.S. cities, and I hope it gives me the municipalities. Okay, let's do this. And this is the Corona decline. So largest, and this is cities proper. It goes New York, Philly. Note that all of these non-northeastern cities mostly just annexed a lot of suburbs. Like San Jose is technically larger than San Francisco because it annexed suburbs. In terms of, let's say, job count, San Francisco is much bigger. And of course, when you include all the suburbs. Then DC, then Boston, and I guess then, yeah, it has to be Baltimore. Baltimore 21 was bigger. Am I blind? Yeah, here's Baltimore. Yeah, I mean, what would have been larger? Remember, the Northeast is not a place of very large suburbs. Note that in this kind of top thing, we're already starting to see suburbs in the Sun Belt. For example, Mesa. For example, Virginia Beach is the largest municipality, but it is also a suburb. The central municipality in that region is Norfolk. Long Beach is a suburb. Oakland, I mean, it's not. I wouldn't call it a suburb, but it's the second historic city in the San Francisco region. So, Arlington, Texas, it's very much a suburb. It's between Dallas and Fort Worth. And the Northeast does not have this. The Northeast has suburbs, but they're all extremely fractional. So New York might be the largest the largest municipality in the United States, and Los Angeles is the second, the largest. So Long Beach is among the largest suburbs in the United States. I would say the largest. I don't know if San Jose would count, just because it has an independent history, and I think so does Fort Worth. Um, so next to these, what is the largest suburb in the United States? Yeah, Mesa, I guess. And then again Virginia Beach, but it's also the largest. And then maybe Long Beach actually. So LA manages to have the second largest suburb, and Phoenix, which is number 5, has the largest suburb because the Sunbelt has a lot of annexation city and suburb. The Northeast doesn't, and so the largest the largest New York suburb is Yonkers. Newark, if you maybe Jersey City. Actually, Jersey City is kind of weird because it's a suburb, like it falls as a better community of New York, but um, but it's also it doesn't look suburban. It's like a suburb in the same way that Brooklyn is a suburb, if that makes sense. Um, and note that it's not much larger than North Las Vegas, smaller than Plano. Um, and then beyond that, you get to Yonkers or something like the Northeast is extremely fractionalized in this. But anyway, I meant metro areas anyway. Um, so anyway, the point is that you need to integrate fast and slow trains, sometimes blending them on the same track. And I argued that in the Boston area, Boston to Providence must be run this way. It's a 2-track line. Um, the trains currently run under diesel power, diesel under the catenary for the commuter trains, but there's already pretty active work in the state. It's not being done very well, but it's being done to wire this. I mean, to complete the few sections that are still unwired because intercity trains don't use them on the commuter trains. Like Attleboro is a 4-track station. It has timed overtakes, where the commuter trains sit on the platform tracks while the intercity trains, the SLs or the Amtrak regionals, overtake them. This needs to be generalized to something that is very regular on a clock rate schedule, repeating hourly. In this case, it would be half hourly, or probably every 15 minutes in this region. And then 15 minutes mean that you first of all need to speed up the commuter trains, and again, electrification is the way to do it. The state again is engaging in that. It's just spending too much money for reasons that I might do another video on if people request. You need another overtake though. If the high-speed trains are actually high speed, even though you do even with speeding the commuter trains, another overtake would be needed. Now there's 3 tracks in the center, but that's not enough. You need 4, and you also can't wait until you hit the central area. So you need to have a 4-track section between Route 128 and so here and Reedville. Reedville is currently not a commuter rail station that Boston to Providence trains stop at. Only Boston to Franklin and Forge Park trains stop there. This should be rectified with just more stops. That there should be more frequency to this outer Boston neighborhood. And same thing with the Farcells. Only trains to Needham stop there, and this should be rectified. This is essentially the Boston integration. There will be the north-south rail link eventually, and as I argued, I will keep arguing for this. The north-south rail link should not include intercity trains. It should only include commuter trains. The reason being, intercity trains need to be longer for more capacity and fewer stations. The point is that intercity trains don't serve as many stations, so it doesn't require as much effort, as much work, as much capital investment to enable longer trains. And this is why the intercity trains in Europe and in Japan and in China are built around a standard of 400 meters of train length, 16 cars. The commuter trains never are, even in places where they're extremely overcrowded, like let's say Tokyo. And the reason is that rebuilding would be prohibitively expensive with so many stops in so many constrained urban locations. So in Paris, for example, the TGV are 400 meters. It's two 200-meter trains coupled together. Whereas the commuter trains in Paris, the very crowded ones, they're 200, 220 meters long. They needed to build new digs for them, caverns or cover, doesn't matter, in the center of Paris to build these commuter train stations. It would have been even more expensive than it actually was in the 70s to do so for even longer trains. And again, upgrade all the old platforms. So for the north-south rail link, you build it either intercity or commuter size. Nearly all trains either way are going to be commuter trains. So it's kind of overkill on cost to make them intercity compatible. Then you have issues like the commuter trains need to make multiple stops. So South Station and North Station and nearly all variants also have a central station at Aquarium. Intercity trains don't need to make 3 stops in downtown Boston. South Station, if you really need another stop, Back Bay, I guess. There are actually more jobs near Back Bay than near North Station. And so with this kind of north-south railing, you can save money by building it only for commuter trains, and then north of Boston intercity service to New Hampshire and to Maine should be treated as essentially a commuter service that goes farther out. What we in Germany would call regional rail or regional express. You can even give it kind of shoehorn it into the north-south railing system and into commuter rail through running, and that's fine. This is again done on things like Berlin to Magdeburg right here in Germany, or some of the trains or some of the trains on the Zürich S-Bahn. And so this should essentially be commuter trains from Boston to Haverhill that go further. They're still going to be faster than the trains today, which are shockingly slow. It was pointed out to me last stream, the unrecorded one, that this is about 180 kilometers by rail, 160 by straight line. It's a pretty straight line, but the train it's not too curvy is my point. So it's about 180, and it's 2.5 hours. Extraordinarily slow. Should be about an hour and a half, hour 40 something instead. And then for transfers to New York, and also importantly, there's going to be a lot of demand from Boston to New York being a huge city, Boston to Portland much less. So you probably want short trains every half hour here, and then Boston to New York is so big that you can fill a 16-car train every 15 minutes. And so anyway, this is the Boston area coordination. Then briefly we moved on to the topic of New London and Mohegan Sun, which is kind of an annoying thing. There's there is a legacy line here between New London, Mohegan Sun, and the city that I still don't remember how to pronounce, whether it's Norwich or Norwich, which can be done on a kind of very pleasant half-hour schedule where it's half an hour to get between the two terminals minus turnaround time. So if it's half-hourly service, it's 2 train sets. Unfortunately, trying to make sure that the trains actually connect to the high-speed trains of New London is going to be a little bit delicate, just because it's neither at the middle of the line or at the end, which is the easiest place to set knots when everything runs on the same timetable. This is something we're going to get into in the future when we talk about other connections in the Mid-Atlantic. But in general, when you want connections between trains, if you only care about connections in one direction, you don't care. Okay, if all I care about is, let's say, the New York bound, not Boston bound direction out of New London, and I only care about not the built-up area of New London, but about Mohegan Sun, then it's rather easy to make sure that they set up this timetable on a train between New London and Norwich slash Norwich. Let's say you're stopping maybe South New London, downtown New London, where the high-speed trains would go, which is going to be along I-95 roughly. Then maybe Uncasville, Mohegan, and then Norwich, and then you just make sure to timetable them so that the train, the eastbound high-speed rail, the eastbound high-speed train that stops in London. I assume a lot of trains will not stop there. So the train every half hour stops, a train every half hour skips, and a train every half hour doesn't even get here because it stops in New Haven or goes north to Hartford and Springfield. Probably the easiest way to do it. And so this train hits New London, and then it's timetabled so that, let's say, 3 minutes or 5 minutes later, the train up to Mohegan, the northbound train, stops underneath, so there's enough time to change platforms. And then the timetables are always symmetric, so if you have a transfer like this, you have the exact same transfer in the opposite direction. So this would be New York toward Mohegan, so you automatically get Mohegan toward New York. But it doesn't do anything about downtown London. It doesn't do anything about Boston. So essentially, if you're trying to do a four-way transfer, so the high-speed trains are. So you can try to see when the high-speed trains would serve them. Eventually, I am going to need to do that, but it depends on timetabling questions in the New York region, and therefore it is prescribed for this video. But the other line, New London to Norway, for that to actually work, you need to make sure that trains in opposite directions serve the station at approximately the same time. And this can be done at the middle of, so on the so if the line runs every half hour, this can be done essentially every 15 minutes, right? Because if the timetable has to be symmetric, let's say it's symmetric around the hour. So if the train runs every half hour, then let's say, if I have a train in one direction at a station at 3 minutes after the hour, I'm going to have a train in the opposite direction serving the station 3 minutes before the hour, which is, let's say, 27 after the hour, half hour period. So we're going to have these trains meet at 0, 15, 30, and 45 after the hour, every hour. And so essentially on a line like this, of this length, you can do it at the ends or in the middle, and I'm not sure you can actually set this up to be the middle. You might be able to, but it's going to be very cramped to essentially run to Newark and immediately get back with like 2 minutes of buffer, like 2 minutes of turnaround time, which is not the best. It's doable if you essentially distribute all of the buffer time or all of the turnaround time to the New London end, but it is a little bit sketch. And I do want to highlight that because a little bit sketch is essentially everything in railroading is a little bit sketch. If nothing is a little bit sketch, you're spending too much money. There's always going to be something that is either literally not in the manual or in the manual with an asterisk saying only in special circumstances. Like, for example, platforms should be straight. Curved platforms lead to maintenance problems. For example, the curves tend to be extremely tight and the trains squeal. However, in practice, where do you build platforms? You build them in cities, often historic cities, often very large historic cities where you can't redo the platforms. And so curved platforms are sometimes a necessity. Even though it's with asterisks, do only when absolutely necessary, or curved turnouts, same thing. In Germany, the rule is you should not do them unless there's a special circumstance, but essentially every urban throat is a special circumstance. So my point is that, again, I don't know if it's viable. If it is, it's a little sketch, but remember, in railroading, everything is a little sketch. This is a really important, again, it's a really important principle of design. You always find these little corners that actually can be safely rounded. Safely rounded. You never skimp on safety. You never skimp on reliability. You just say things like, oh, normally a train driver has a minimum of 8 minutes of rest time at the end of the line. However, this is a line where literally the one-way trip time is 20 or 21 minutes. So instead of having 9 minutes and 9 minutes or 8 minutes and 10 minutes, the driver gets 2 minutes or something like that, or 3 minutes, and then uh, 3 minutes, and then I can't do math at this speed. 15 minutes, right? Yeah, the average would be 3 and then 15, and then if you and then essentially the whole your wait time is 21 plus 3 plus 21, which is shorter than a lot of one-way trips. Um, Much shorter than a lot of one-way trips. So it's actually fine, even though again it's a little sketch. This is the Eastern New England integration because New Haven to to Southern Rhode Island should just be Greenfield High Speed Rail alongside, probably on the north side of I-95. This area, I-95 is straight. The area has not extremely flat terrain, but sufficiently flat for high-speed trains to be able to do so with no tunnels. I don't think they need any viaducts except over the rivers. Some earthworks, but nothing out of the ordinary. Uh, the only real, I guess maybe viaducts in the center of New London, but that's essentially because of the river. So it counts as a river. And the only real difficulty is within New Haven because if you try to use the existing way to cross the Quinnipiac, it's very curvy. I shouldn't say curvy, it's just kind of a detour. So just go straight, maybe lose a little bit of industrial land, but it's industrial land in New Haven. I don't want to judge. The property values of that are not extremely high, and the owners will sell. In general, by the way, it's easier to buy non-residential than residential development. People with MBAs will sell. I mean, sometimes they hate you for whatever small business reasons, but they will sell. At worst, they will want more money than the thing is worth. If it's a little bit more money, just pay them. If it is a lot more money, that's something you can essentially do the transaction now and then litigate over the payment later. It's not because it's government. The government can't actually step them. Like the government, the government can't be in a situation of underpaying and then it's a fait accompli and then it doesn't matter what the judge says because maybe the developer declares bankruptcy. The government can't go bankrupt. So this is a more reliable payer. And even sort of small businesses that can act very irrational do love selling when the opportunity arises. Farmers, for example, love in the United States. They love selling to exurban developers. And so anyway, we're prescribing discussion of the New York region. So we're going to pretend that actually this is not a train, but a teleportation device that gets you from New Haven to Trenton. It doesn't quite skip all of the Garden State. It does skip the city. It does skip Gold Coast. It skips almost all of the Garden State and lands you in a city that still has this sad sign visible from the train bridge. Trenton makes the world takes. This is a historic manufacturing city rather than just a state capital, which I guess is common in the Northeast. There are places where the state capital is entirely a new economy city. It's mostly a Midwestern thing. For example, Indianapolis and Columbus have fairly high growth rates by their states, but by Midwestern standards, because the industrial economy went elsewhere. And the same is true of let's say, Madison, Wisconsin. Um, I don't actually know about Lansing, Michigan. I think it's true. I think it's true elsewhere, like in what, Springfield. But but Indianapolis and Columbus are the biggest examples of this in the Midwest. Um, because in a place like Ohio, the declining industrial cities were specifically not Columbus. Columbus was kind of built in the middle between the industrial hubs in the north and the south. So this is the declining industrial region. This declining industrial region that's maybe less declining, and this is the growing state capital that's as in that. Indiana, same thing. Declining industry. Gary, for example, growing state capital. Wisconsin. Madison was literally built where it is to be kind of a compromised location between, I think it was two sets of like mining regions, northeast and maybe northwest or something here I'm forgetting, and then Milwaukee. So these are the declining industrial zones, and this is the growing state capital. And the point is that the Northeast is not like that. In the Northeast, even when the state capital is not the historic main city, which Albany literally never was, the main city of New Netherlands was always New Amsterdam, not forgetting what Albany was called, Fort Orange maybe. But this was always the economic center. Albany, yeah, Albany is the state capital, but there's also a lot of upstate New York decline in it. Hartford. Hartford is kind of, I don't say strange, but I mean not strange if it's the 1960s thing where the city is extremely poor, but the region is actually economically healthy. It's just that everyone with an inkling of money lives in the suburbs and hates the city. Boston is actually the state capital, so is Providence. And this brings me to Trenton. Now, Trenton was never the main city of Jersey. This would have been Newark. But Trenton was an industrial city. It was an industrial city in, like, I don't know, the early 20th century, mid 20th century. So the same kind of post-industrial decline characterizes cities like Newark. Camden's probably the most notorious, just because Camden's just unusually poor and has an unusually high crime rate. Even by the standards of other American cities with a lot of crime, like St. Louis or something, or Detroit, but that also includes Trenton, and this includes also kind of suburbanization of jobs, deurbanization of jobs, I should perhaps say, to these kind of edge cities. Now, some of these edge cities pre-exist. So, biggest in Jersey would be Edison and Woodbridge. This is, I mean, yeah, it's an auto-oriented edge city full of office parks, but I mean, it's named Edison because this is where Edison founded General Electric. And yeah, General Electric was headquartered in New York, but a lot of the work was here in the 19th century already. With Newark, we do see these kind of office parks a little bit further out. Maybe with Newark, it's also maybe the city itself has been poaching jobs. The same way that there's been relative decline in maybe the historic centers of Queens, especially Jamaica, and then jobs grew in Manhattan or near Manhattan job centers, which in this case means Long Island City. And likewise in Jersey would have been Jersey City. This area, the Jersey City waterfront plus Hoboken waterfront. It's developing very rapidly. This is possibly the MBS places in the Northeast. Hudson County, New Jersey, mostly again Jersey City, Hoboken, that area. Lots of high-rise residential and also commercial development because of the proximity to Manhattan. Also airport jobs. Again, getting out of Newark into the airport. And in Trenton, this has been jobs moving to Princeton. Princeton is not a dense edge city. It's lower density office parks. They're called edgeless cities. And Robert Lang and Jennifer Fergie. And again, lots of post-industrial decline here, which means that, for example, this is not it's not by itself the best place to do transit-oriented development. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is also true. Trenton. So Trenton also has the issue. Yeah. And I'm starting this discussion in Trenton because Trenton is literally the boundary between the New York and the Philadelphia commuter rail systems. So more people, I think, commute from Trenton to New York City than to Philadelphia, but lots of commute ties from Trenton to Philly and Philly suburbs. And And the thing is, as I said, it's not the best place for TOD, but it's also not the worst because it does have trains that get you to New York City. In the presence of high-speed rail, there are going to be fast trains that get you to New York City. Fast trains where you can sell standing tickets if you need to. And yeah, people will need to stand, but they will need to stand for half an hour. People stand for half an hour in Queens on the subway. I mean, it's 30-something minutes on the E from Jamaica Station to the first Manhattan stop at rush hour, and yeah, people do need to stand the entire way. But lots of ridership in Queens starts at the terminals. Like before Corona, I think the busiest Queens station was actually Flushing. Then Maxim Heights, the intersection between the 7 and the Queens Boulevard line. I don't remember whether Jamaica Center or Jamaica Station was more, but these are essentially the connections to the Queens Boulevard line are mostly not mostly, they're split between 2 stations on the Jamaica Center and Jamaica Station. I think together both of them together actually beat Flushing. So standees all the way. So yeah, people would need to stand, and yeah, they would need to stand on a train that goes 300 plus kilometers an hour. But it's not. But what matters is not the absolute speed of the train, right? What matters is what matters is the speed of the train relative to track quality, relative to track construction standards. So obviously, if instead of going 50 kilometers an hour on the subway, you go 300, yeah, your speed rises by a factor of 6, but your curve radius is going to rise by a factor of 36 or even more. So it's going to be fine. So this does become a better proposition for people to live in and commute to the city and the other city. Sorry, Ben. And this actually is very good for Trenton revitalization. I don't want to worry. This revitalization means gentrification. Now, does it mean displacement? It doesn't have to. Just as a reminder on the state of gentrification research in the United States, if people ask me in Twitch chat, I can maybe interrupt myself, or in YouTube comments probably is the best, and I will I will post references. But the literature is that in the 80s and 90s, there was already extensive gentrification in New York. For example, Williamsburg gentrified in the, I think, 90s, was already stereotypically hipster when I moved to the city in 2006. Essentially, the only way you could live there, not as a hipster, was if you spoke Polish. Starkly Polish area. But in that era, when there was displacement, the displacement was not real displacement. The people leaving gentrifying neighborhoods in New York and Philly, first of all, people actually left these low-income people actually left these neighborhoods at lower rate than they did non-gentrifying areas. In New York, there would be neighborhoods like East New York, neighborhoods that are, I don't want to say infamously poor, because usually they're less infamously poor than neighborhoods that are already, that they're maybe more historic and starting to gentrify. Let's say Harlem is very famous for being the cultural center of Black New York, and to some extent Black America. Always very poor just because of the very large black-white income gap. So Harlem, for example, is a place where we're seeing much more gentrification. It's just very close in. And maybe there's cultural capital and all. I'm saying I live in Harlem. Nobody has cultural capital saying I live in East New York. In East New York, they think that Bangladeshi immigrants are gentrification. That's how poor East New York is. So a lot of people leave these non-gentrifying neighborhoods in, let's say, North Philly, also visibly very poor. When they leave, it's just because, poor people even in poor neighborhoods, maybe the rent is low, but people with chronic unemployment can often still not make rent, so they get evicted a lot. And often they move to different areas. And when they move out, if the neighborhood is early gentrifying, so again, in New York it was 80s, 90s, and I think this is also Philly 80s, 90s. I don't know the state of the research on 21st century Philly. Ben, if you know, please let me know. Was that people leaving these neighborhoods tended to move to, again, they left at lower rates, and if they left at and when they left, it was often to higher quality neighborhoods. Essentially, if in a very poor area, often when people leave it, it's not displacement, it's people who get a stable job, even if it's a stable working class job, like I don't know, being a janitor, and they can afford to not live in a neighborhood that is often genuinely a very bad place to live in. Maybe lots of crime, maybe very poor amenities, or maybe it doesn't have these, but there's a lot of bad associations with it. And then they move somewhere else and they consider it to be success. The earliest examples of gentrification were actually that kind of move in Islington, for example, or in the East End of London. The people leaving the East End for Essex considered their lives to improve as a result. Gentrification with displacement does exist, but it's a much more recent phenomenon. I think in New York it's from about the 2000s onward, and that's when the rents rise so rapidly that when low-income people do move out, they move out to lower quality neighborhoods. Essentially, they get displaced. They maybe want to stay in. I don't remember if the research is about Harlem, but let's say it's Harlem. Maybe they want to stay in Harlem or they're tied to Harlem, but they can't afford Harlem anymore, so they move into the deep reaches of the Bronx. Or maybe they even move into this, or maybe if the Bronx is not available to them, maybe again, low quality neighborhood amenities. The Bronx is very poor. Maybe they again look down on the Bronx. Maybe it's difficult for them to get cheaper housing in the Bronx. Maybe a lot of it is social housing that a poor person can access if they're willing to be on the waiting list for a long time, but a lower middle class person who just got displaced from rising Harlem rents can't get there now. Maybe they even move into farther out suburbs with long commutes. That is real displacement. Is that the fate of Trenton? Should there be high-speed trains there to New York and Philadelphia? No, it is not. Trenton will need to build more housing near the train station, but this is New Jersey that we're talking about. New Jersey. I'm not gonna. I don't want to portray New Jersey as some kind of Turkey or some kind of South Korea or some kind of or even some kind of Sweden. But New Jersey does build more housing than the rest of the Northeast. Again, Jersey City is kind of the epicenter of this, but the statewide housing production, again, it's not. I shouldn't say it's healthy. It is not healthy. But the difference is Jersey needs to probably double its housing production, and New York needs to quadruple or quintuple its housing production. So I do think that in Jersey they will be able to build more housing to accommodate transit-oriented development in Trenton. It still means cultural changes. There are people who invented the term cultural displacement, which means your rents aren't rising, or if they are, your incomes are rising to compensate. So you can stay where you are, but the average incomes are rising, and therefore you feel uncomfortable at seeing richer people than you, or people who are yuppier than you in the neighborhood. This is not actual displacement. It's something that some people complain about. So anyway, let's move on and talk about not about the social aspects, but about the technical aspects of trains from Trenton to Philadelphia. And I have good news, which is that this is not hard. What I mean by not hard is the line from Trenton to Philadelphia has 4 tracks. This is a pretty simple way to run the trains. Express trains go in the middle. Local trains go on the outer tracks, and this means that the commuter trains would run on the outer tracks, and the high-speed trains would run in on the inner tracks, and they don't need to coordinate very much. Now, I want to complicate this a little bit. And I'm going to do probably the kind of most annoying complication of that. So, first of all, well, this is entirely 4-track. I think the line does have flat junctions on the way. So this is the northeast corridor going vaguely eastward, like east northeast to west southwest. This is a branch. It's one of the Chestnut Hill branches. I don't remember if east or west. I guess it looks west, and then this is Chestnut Hill East, and Chestnut Hill East it's not even from the same railroad. This is on the Reading side, and this is on the Pennsylvania Railroad side. And on the Pennsylvania Railroad side of the line connects with the Northeast Corridor with flat junctions. Flat junctions are ubiquitous in the United States, even on lines that are double track or more. And the problem with that is it means that trains have to cross opposing traffic at grade. The whole point of double tracking is that trains don't need to do that, and this removes schedule planning constraints. This is why you double track even lines that don't run extreme amounts of traffic. Remember, if a train runs every half hour, trains in opposite directions will meet every 15 minutes. You can absolutely build a single track and then sidings every 15 minutes. The main reason you will not want to do that is that if the train misses its slot, then you have complications. And when you're trying to schedule a line that's already existing, you want to have the flexibility to maybe change the schedule later. And you can't do that if you're locked to specific meets by the infrastructure. So usually, you will not leave lines single track if they run half hourly, certainly not if they run more than half hourly. In very marginal cases, you might, if it's a short section where it's in such a constrained environment. This does exist in Tokyo on the Yokosuka line. It exists in Tsuri, I believe on the right bank of Lake Zurich line for a short section, where trains run every 15 minutes. On a short section, again, on a single track, and this is very carefully timetabled in a line that's otherwise entirely double track or more and designed around reliability to make sure that you do actually make the meets. And the problem is when you have flat junctions, you still have this, momentary dependency between southbound and northbound trains. And you don't want to do that. So this is bad. So this needs to be grade separated. There's no solution that, sometimes there's a creative solution that avoids this. Here there just isn't. And the reason is that we're expecting a lot of traffic on the railroad. Remember, it's a line connecting New York and Philadelphia, and Boston and DC. It's beyond that. Here, I would expect maybe an intercity train every 10 minutes. By itself, it's still timetableable, but remember, 4-track line, the intercities run every 10 minutes, but they're commuter trains to between Philadelphia and Trenton. They have healthy ridership. And yeah, there are ways to avoid this specific grade separation, but the specific way to avoiding it is something called the Swampoodle connection. So you know how you need to zoom in a lot to make sure that the Chestnut Hill West line actually does go on the go through the Northeast Corridor, the historic Pennsylvania Railroad, rather than on this line, which is the historic Reading. So it's actually been proposed to build this connection that lets the Chestnut Hill West trains slide over here and enter from the Reading side. It's called the Swampoodle connection. It was proposed already when the system was set up in the 1970s because it was expected that there would be more traffic on the PRR side than on the Reading side. So in that case, it's useful to essentially create more Reading lines when possible. This is also in Ben's proposal. Wait, it's not. Oh, it's not Swampoodle. Okay, that's really interesting. Okay, let me check what you're doing. Okay, I see what you're doing. So what you're doing is instead of doing slow, fast, fast, slow, you're doing slow, slow, fast, fast. Oh, okay. Anyway, my point is that Swampoodle is one option for this. And again, serious people, e.g., the inventor of SEPTA Regional Rail, proposed it, so it's not rando rail fans. It's something that should be looked at. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying it should be looked at, and there's a strong case for it. here, this is the other option, I guess, is to run the trains in a way that is essentially slow, slow, fast, fast instead of the normal slow, fast, fast, slow. Uh, I thought that the tracks, the platforms were always on the outer tracks, not on one side of them. Huh. Okay. Um. Hmm. If you could do that, it's really nice. I mean, so bear in mind the intercity trains probably run nonstop. Trenton to Philadelphia at the slowest. I don't think that they should be making more stops in Philadelphia. I mean, there's a vague argument for stopping in North Philly, but it is a bad argument. I mean, so North Philly is a good connection point, but it's not really needed for express service. The reason is that there's already express service at North Philly, making not many stops on the way to downtown to 30th Street Station for the use also of city commuters. So you can absolutely, by the way, try to do two urban stops on an intercity line and essentially accept that some people are going to use them for urban trips. This is fine. Um, and but here it's kind of weak because the main destination is not West Philly. It is Center City, 30th Street Station, lying just outside Center City, which is fine. There is already a lot of development here. This area, University City, is very rapidly gentrifying. The university itself is a big employer, and all of this is kind of rising employment, more development here. So not city center, Center City is growing toward the west, but still, it would be nice for the United Express train for commuters to hit Center City. Good job, not good job. Good news, it does because the SEPTA trains, the regional trains, do this. In fact, they loop-de-loop like this. Um, so the question, so if you hit North Philadelphia, maybe it's for connections to other trains. And that's valid, but I mean, most of the branches are better connected at 30th Street Station anyway. Um, on the Reading side, there's no actual transfer here between the PRR side, which is North Philly, and the Reading side, which is North Broad. Uh, Essentially, the only reason to do this as an intercity station, if you, I don't know, move North Broad here and do massive commercial redevelopment of this area. This is one of the poorest parts of Philadelphia. There's not a lot of demand here for super commercial development, and if there were demand for more Philadelphia commercial development, it would probably go just outside Center City. Maybe going a little bit south, again, a lot of it in the west toward 30th Street. This is not a good site for transit-oriented development. You probably don't want to have intercity trains stop here, and essentially nowhere between here and Trenton is even worth looking at. I mean, occasionally you have the Amtrak train stopping at a place called Cornwell's Heights, which I never remember if it's just inside or just outside the city. But I guess just outside. But I mean, even that's not. I mean, look at this. It's not a very compelling destination. The Philadelphia has had much more job suburbanization than Boston, New York, and Washington, but it's not been on the Northeast Corridor is the frustrating part. It's mostly in the rich suburbs that are called the Main Line, and I say the rich suburbs that are called the Main Line because the Main Line is a real commuter line. It's the historic main line of the Pennsylvania Railroad. It's also used by intercity trains toward Harrisburg. And I'm saying the main line of the region because it's not the jobs of urbanization is not to Bryn Mawr. The jobs of urbanization is to King of Prussia, conveniently located on no passenger railway. They're trying to build a line there as a result. The project is being done horrifically poorly. The projected cost per rider, Ben, is it is it high six figures? I think I saw seven figures per rider, per daily rider, which is mind-bogglingly expensive. I mean, usually people, I'm not saying people should lose their jobs. I'm saying people do lose their jobs over 100, 150. And I think this is north of a million or 2 million. Intercity north. So you're saying the clocker. Okay. So I want to talk for a moment about the stopping patterns because they matter. And this means we need to talk about the history of the clocker. So so Amtrak used to think of itself as kind of a coordinated regional intercity rail operator, and to this day it calls its highest ridership intercity trains the Northeast Regional. Even though it is in no way a regional train, it makes maybe more stops than high-speed trains, but it's also not a high-speed train, so it's about a wash. And so one of the levels of service was called the clocker, which was trains that were called a clocker because they were hourly, which then was considered high, and they made every single possible Amtrak stop, which means if a stop is sometimes served by Amtrak, it serves that stop. So that would mean the express stops would be things like New York City, obviously every train's going to stop there, or Philadelphia. And I think Newark, I don't think any train currently skips Newark. Very few trains today skip Trenton, but also stations that are often skipped or almost always skipped, like Metro Park. Metro Park is the giant park and ride with too few jobs that replaced Iceland here, and you can kind of see jobs there. It can be sprawled repaired, but it does require some work. So they would stop at places like Metro Park or New Brunswick. I think Princeton Junction, which is essentially there's nothing at Princeton Junction. Princeton Junction exists as a connection point between Princeton and the Northeast Corridor. Since then, the area has redeveloped, but it's not very densely developed, as you might be able to see. It's mostly parking for people who live with suburbanized subdivisions within driving distance, and mostly think about their commute as can they drive to the parking garage to get to the train. And of course, Trenton and then Cornwall's Heights. So lots of trains that and like hourly trains that make all these stops. So the Northeast Regional, about people regional rail. Yeah. So bear in mind that when I say regional rail, I mean something at the scale of Boston-Providence, New York to New Haven. I mean, I'm thinking about things like Berlin to Magdeburg, like the Regional Express, like Regionalbahn. When I think about S-Bahn service, I actually say either S-Bahn or I say commuter rail. Because what Americans expect when they hear commuter rail, or Canadians expect when they hear commuter rail, is a train that runs mostly just at rush hour and only dumps suburban white flighters in city center. That service should not exist. The service does not exist where I live. The service does not exist anywhere that I know of with good public transit, unless you count Chinese cities that have excellent subway systems and are only slowly learning that commuter rail can actually be run all day. It's kind of ridiculous how China built a commuter rail tunnel with with numbers with lines that I think S and a number like it's an S-Bahn, and I don't remember if they don't run off peak or if they run hourly off peak, but it's ridiculous. And so because that service functionally doesn't exist, I just use the word commuter rail for something much more common, which is your normal Tokyo commuter lines or Osaka or Mumbai, the Mumbai locals. I think that's the ranking. I think the busiest commuter rail station, obviously the busiest commuter rail station system in the world is Tokyo. I think it's in Osaka, so with Seoul it's much harder to say what's commuter rail and what's not. Mumbai, probably then Seoul, Paris, very high, Moscow. So for me, so when I say commuter rail, I mean when I say commuter rail in a city scale of New York, I mean maybe the Berlin S-Bahn. So But yeah, regional rail for advocates in the United States means that, or what I mean when I say regional rail, anything except the 9 to 5 only kind of system. Um, yeah, but bear in mind also that the Amtrak Regional is in no way regional rail. Yeah, subway cell service is a really good term. Just bear in mind that in New York specifically, I don't know what the Philly politics of this is. Ben, if you know, I'm actually curious. But in New York, it's often avoided because the suburbs hate the city. There's very toxic city versus suburb politics in New York State, um, and something that does not exist in Boston as much. I mean, I'm not saying that Boston didn't have its own incidents with lapidation of school transport, but the the city suburb boundaries don't quite match these, and in New York, to a large extent, they do. Um, and as a result, people in the suburbs have a very strong anti-city ID poll in New York, and to the point that the present day service in New York on the commuter trains, let me see, the invention of bad railroad timetables. Yeah, this. Uh, it's something that was introduced in the 1960s by an engineer or a planner. I don't know if it was an engineer named Donald. I'm guessing this is pronounced Isel. Um, I don't know if it would have been Isel. Um, who essentially invented the system where the system is only about rush hour. The idea is that the train will make a few stops in the suburbs and then run nonstop to the city. And he specifically, this had certain is the recording is still growing. Sorry, usually the thing about the color scheme is also where it tells me the recording is cutting out. Um, the this had certain deficiencies, like the it also involved zonal fares, so that the conductors didn't need to memorize different um, fares for different stations. The old people on the train, because it's just a short zone and then express to Manhattan, would be paying the same fare. It would be simpler to collect tickets. At the time, they didn't think about proof of payment in the 60s, and conductor labor was still cheap in 1960s wages. Um, it also meant that they got rid of riders who were not going to Manhattan because they didn't think they were important, and they kind of cramped the ability of the railroad to like count beans very accurately or something. They specifically got rid of them. So again, it's bad railroad timetabling and was invented. And the point is that Excel specifically uh, portrays the subway as the author. It's kind of so it's like so the paper so one of the papers contrasts this with subway style service. So the subway. So if you're in the suburbs of New York in the 1960s, you think that the city is banned. The city. I mean, you don't say, "Oh, the city is bad because it has black people." This is the suburbs of New York City in the 1960s. This is not the suburbs of Birmingham in the 1950s. Um, is the United States a racist state? Yes. Is the United States as racist as it was in the 1950s in the South? No, it wasn't. No, it's not. So anyway, but we're not saying this. It's kind of what they meant. It is to a very large extent racism, and so anyway, this is specifically a contrast with the subway. So subway style service is correct. My understanding is that it's not been used maybe in New York, and I don't know about Philadelphia because of poor associations with the subway. Again, in Boston, it's different. In Boston, I think we use the expression regional rail at Transit Matters, but we sometimes do say subway style service, and we haven't received pushback. Just because the subway, yeah, I mean, it's maybe some poor Boston neighborhoods that people look down on, but but for example, the lowest hanging fruit on the Boston Regional Rail System is the Fairmount line, which serves very poor people. In Dorchester, poor people who often are not on the subway and instead have to do bus to subway. And conversely, the subway also serves very famously rich areas like the Emerald Necklace on the Green Line. Literally, it's why the line is called it green. It's after the Emerald Necklace. And also the Red Line through Cambridge. Right wingers keep saying bullshit like People's Republic of Cambridge and take part of how they can just drive everywhere because they have edge city jobs and along Route 128. But yeah, there are asshole right wingers in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is not a state governed by asshole right wingers. Never has been. Um, I think Charlie Baker was kind of an asshole, but it's not asshole right winger. I mean, asshole neoliberal is something very different from asshole right winger. Um, and so the the much more pervasive ideology that New York has is just not present here. So subway style service is maybe this is why one of the reasons why I think that in Boston they're making more effort than in New York, where they unfortunately are not. Um, in Philadelphia, they're making a huge effort toward improving the commuter rail system. Again, I don't know how racially divisive this city suburb transport politic is, but also there's a lot of good technical reform coming out of Philadelphia, which is why the SEPTA commuter rail tunnel was built there. I mean, Vukan Vucic did a lot of good. Not as good, not as much as we all would have hoped, but he did do a lot of good. But my point is anyway that you have these clockers that serve all these Amtrak stops, but the problem is not a lot of people live in Cornwall's Heights. So yeah, you can serve these with it essentially turns them into kind of express regional trains, but but at the end of the day, it's not the most important service. The most important service is intercity trains hitting the main cities and commuter trains connecting the suburbs as well as residential neighborhoods to their respective city centers. And so now what you can do is something that is going to be, I'm going to call TERGV. What is TERGV? It's TERGV, TGV high-speed train. TER is the Train Express Régional. It's the commuter rail service in provincial France. In Paris, it is not called TER. It is called either. It is called Transilien or RER. The TERs are famously crap. It's possible there's more ridership on the Berlin S-Bahn than on every TER in France combined. I think the busiest regional TER, maybe in Rhône-Alpes, is maybe 100,000 or 20,000 people a day. It's some disgustingly low ridership number. TER Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. You're not going to tell me in English Wikipedia. Thankfully, the French language has not been abolished yet. Are you going to tell me the ridership? You're not going to tell me the ridership. You're an asshole. Okay, I'm going to check PACA, which I think is the second or third largest. Fréquentation, yeah. This is a region of I think 5 million people. Marseille, it's Marseille and Nice and Toulon. Total ridership on all of the commuter trains. And when is this from? I guess it's from 2012, but the ridership would not have risen by that much. Okay, yeah, good job, all involved. France, your concern for the infrastructure of the provinces is amazing. Anyway, there's something called TER-GV, which is specific to Nord-Pas-de-Calais, where what they do is they have trains that run as TER, and then they run through on an LGV at higher speed. So the idea would be, I'm not going to tell you exactly how it works in France. I'm going to tell you how it would work in the Philly region. In the Philly region, it would be maybe you want to run express commuter trains between Trenton and Philadelphia. So what you would do is the trains would either, I don't know if you're going to run them as an outer express or as inner express. Let's say it's the more common inner express, so they make all these stops between Trenton and the city or something if it's just a suburban train, and then they would shift to the central track. So they would make all these stops like Levittown, Bristol, and so on, and then past wherever, maybe Cornswell Heights, they would transition to the express tracks and just run. Maybe they would have to stop in North Philadelphia, uh, but they would just run for a long nonstop stretch at 200 kilometers an hour. There's no reason for intercity trains within the city to run much faster. Uh, so this is something that is possible to do at this. Remember, I'm expecting intercity traffic of a train every 10 minutes when it's open. More if more branches open, right? I mean, this is just northeast, but if there's branches down to the south and stuff like New York to Virginia, North Carolina, and so on, is going to become viable, and that's going to also involve more passengers on New York to Philly. Likewise, New York to Pittsburgh, if the Appalachian tunnels are punched. If this takes, let's say, 2 hours, 40 minutes, it's actually a viable time, then all of there's going to be quite a lot of passengers. Maybe not as many as New York to Philly, but still a fair number of passengers. And these are also going to be on this section, so there's just going to be more traffic between New York and Philly. So I'm going to tell you that it's viable when there are 12 trains New York to Philly per hour, but if there's 6, yeah, you can absolutely have an express commuter train slot in between them. I mean, maybe not on the same track in the suburbs where the trains can run 300 plus kilometers an hour, but certainly in the city if you wish to run that kind of service. Again, I don't even know if it's viable service to run, but maybe. Or you just want to run more local trains that just make all of these local stops and then also stop in the city, which is important. It's important to stop in the city. It's important to serve the city with public transportation. This public transportation can be the subway or it can be commuter trains. So there would be stops at places like Torresdale, Connie. I don't know if it's pronounced Tacony. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Um, Bear in mind, there are stops here. I mean, when we zoom in enough, we will see you have all these little commuter rail stops within the city, and that is good. What is not good is that they receive insufficient service and they think they still charge premium fares. So if you are not very wealthy, you will just go to the subway for the cheaper fares. I know there are people, and by people I mean Fifth Square, have been pushing for fare integration. I don't think it has been done yet. My understanding is that the city is looking into it, but it's not been done. Again, Ben, if I'm a few years behind the times, please let me know. Like, this is not me explaining to Philadelphia people what they need to do. This is me excitedly telling you what Philadelphia people are doing as we speak, and it's at this point just a political thing. Just me giving you positive news about the direction of Philadelphia commuter rail integration. So this needs to run more frequently and charging the same fares as everything else within the city. That is to say, the subway and buses, and the and so the trains probably shouldn't be skipping all these stops, running at this kind of TGV service. No, they should be running as, yeah, maybe they can provide slower service to the suburbs, but the traffic in the suburbs is always going to be less than in the city. This is what a lot of people don't get about commuter rail. Commuter rail is urban travel, maybe inner suburban, especially if the city limits are drawn very tightly, like in Paris or in Boston, as opposed to more widely, as in, let's say, Berlin. But this is mostly about people in dense bedroom communities and how they get around. Less dense ones can also make benefit. The nice thing about this is because it all runs on the same mainline tracks, often using natural branching or maybe a nice outer anchor like Trenton, you could run viable service to the suburbs without losing too much money. I'm pretty sure that every one of these trains loses money on the suburbs, even the trains that can make money on the city. Remember, the Berlin U-Bahn was breaking even before Corona. I imagine that the Berlin S-Bahn was also breaking even. Maybe, I'm not sure if within the city, but certainly within the parts that are of the city that also have U-Bahn service, the subsidies would go to buses and to the suburbs. So actually profitably, so you're always losing money on the suburbs. It's kind of this annoying feature where money gets yeeted from more urban to less urban places, and in the United States, the money gets in the United States, not even in the city is public transport profitable, but that's mostly because of very high fixable operating costs. But you do want to avoid maybe subsidizing wealthy white flight suburbs too much, which is one of the reasons I think that they should not be making too much of an effort to do a Terre to these places. The main ridership is always going to be not out of Levittown, but out of Northeast Philly. And essentially these extra suburban trains are going to be just extra frequency to Northeast Philly, which is good. So essentially what I'm motivating here is a service plan in which the commuter trains do their own thing and the intercity trains do their own thing, and they don't really interact except when you need to deal with, when you need to deal with this junction. Now, you can do what's been proposed and do it's essentially a slow, fast. Although, note that North Philly, as it is, it's not designed that way. It's designed to be, maybe you could do it that way, but it's mostly designed around slow, fast, slow. Now, you can, of course, revive tracks. As you can see, there used to be more tracks here, and the grade steps for them still exist. It might actually be an 8-track bridge, which would be insane. I mean, there's 4 tracks in actual service. So you can again if you can make it work as slow, fast, then that's one way of avoiding spending too much money. Here, note that it's not even slow, fast. It looks like slow, fast, slow, but the platform is tiny. It's a big problem in Philadelphia. A lot of the platforms are undersized, and I think the urban platforms especially have that problem. Like maybe cars or something, or they don't even have high platforms, which is really sad because in Philadelphia they can actually build platforms at reasonable costs. I mean, often the reasonable costs are because the platforms are small, but if this were not small, but if it were 200 meters, it would still be a couple million for the station, maybe teens millions. And Philadelphia can afford that. I mean, SEPTA can afford that. They just need to prioritize that. But that means also improving service frequency to these to these neighborhoods at the same time, and also integrating the fares. Probably getting rid of conductors within the city to make fare collection more efficient and do it proof of payment. But if it stays slow, fast, slow, then you might need to grade separate this, or build Trent-Poodle. Either option. And the upshot is that between Trenton and Philadelphia, it's not actually hard. You need to do a little bit of facelifting in the suburbs to maybe straighten a curve or two to permit higher intercity rail speeds, but that's not especially difficult. I mean, it's taking, but it's, as I understand, very minor taking. So this area is kind of a gimme. Or rather, the integration is kind of a gimme. It does need work. It does need work on something that I have not mentioned until now, so let me briefly mention that. Frankfurt Junction, you can see the S-curve, it's extraordinarily slow. This needs to be fixed. It requires takings. I don't think the takings are residential. This could be turned from, I think it's like a 70 kilometers an hour and 80 kilometers an hour spot or something to 180. 200 if you're willing to shade a charter school. And note, by the way, that the reason this is this is such an annoying S-curve, there's nothing topographic here that forces the S-curve. And yeah, there was urban development here, but not the kind of urban development that forces you to really annoyingly wiggle. It was just specifically there was some railroad junction here, the historic terminal. The way that the issue is that the train used to go like this. So the terminal was here at Kensington, which was too far from center city, so that a lot of people kept using the line on the other side of the river and going to Camden. So to get them to Philly, to like center city, they built this connection where this pre-existed, and so it branches off of this area. So the same thing that created this annoying ads also is why this is a very industrial area with again not of not a lot of residential NIMBYism. Um, so about slow, fast, fast. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can absolutely do this, but bear in mind also there's not a lot of freight traffic. The freight traffic can use the slow tracks. It's actually pretty normal here. I mean, not extremely normalized, but it's increasingly a thing here. They do it on the Rhine maybe, where they figure that they can put the freight tracks, they can put the freight trains together with the slow passenger trains because the average speeds are actually pretty similar. Uh, and the United States kind of did the other way around because on the northeast corridor, when it was four tracked in the 19th century, the idea was all passenger trains use the outer tracks, all the freight trains use the inner tracks, and actually just transitioning the express trains to the inner tracks took some rethinking. And now saying, oh, and now the freight trains share with the slow trains, it's possible, it just requires a rethink. Um, I mean, as long as you have enough slots for the freight trains, in case they miss a slot, they can just go in the next one half an hour later or however many minutes later. It should not be a problem. It's one of these things where American freight rail um, timetabling practices are so behind the times that essentially everything becomes a trivially easy problem if you have even vaguely modern prioritization rules. So you don't have you. For example, one of the important prioritization rules is you never pay for priority. Um, you can pay to get your goods on a higher priority trains. You can never pay for a train to jump the queue. There's a rigid set of rules for prioritization of trains. For example, in Switzerland, one of the rules is that if you're delayed by, I believe, half an hour, you lose all priority. So you can't further delay other people. And in the United States, there's this kind of weird thing where shippers can pay for unit trains. So that's a train that's from one site, often carrying just one good. Like for example, there's the Tropicana juice train from where the orange juice is extracted in Florida to shippers in to local distributors in I shouldn't say New York because it's on the Jersey side, but in North Jersey, right across from New York. I don't know if that train pays for priority, but there are a lot of unit trains that where the shippers like paying for priority, which means that they will delay every other train just to get the train through, as opposed to just having regular slots. If the train misses the slot, the whole point of a periodic timetable is that every slot will necessarily exist in an hour if it's a very intense periodic timetable, which is what I'm arguing for in the Northeast corridor. It works in a half hour. I mean, if there's enough traffic that there might be a queue, then it might take longer, but this is not a very busy freight line. So you don't actually need to have total separation from freight here. The intercity trains, for the most part, yes, but the commuter trains don't. Um, and so this is why this is why the interference thing is it's an argument, but it's not a very big argument for doing things a certain way. Now it would be a bigger argument in a place like Chicago because because Chicago has way more freight traffic, so separation is more desirable, not because of antediluvian practices, but because it's just more traffic. But this is not Chicago. This is the Northeast. The Northeast does not have a lot of freight rail traffic. So anyway, this takes you down to Philly. What about Philly and Point South? Um, Now Philly and Point South, this is mostly a four-track line as well. The Wilmington line. Um, Now the Wilmington line does not actually pair with the Trenton line. So the intercity trains go Trenton to Philly to Wilmington. The commuter trains never do. The commuter trains always pair a uh, Pennsylvania Railroad train with a Reading train. These are both Pennsylvania Railroad, so the intercity trains do this. The commuter trains don't do this. They use the upper level of 30th Street Station. They do this, um, which means that there's, in theory, dependency on more lines. This is one of the reasons I'm arguing against the against the HFS service. One of the reasons that you want it is because it's not one line that's going to share tracks with everything. It's going to be two separate lines. You just want to avoid creating too much dependency between different lines if you can. Should never compromise on service quality on this, but the service quality argument for doing doing more infringement of commuter rail service onto the intercity track is questionable. I'm not saying it's zero, but it is questionable just because, again, the neighborhoods of the city are the most important places to serve on the line, less so than Bristol and Levittown and other suburbs. And overall, you want to kind of make this more urban and not less urban, the outer tracks. And finally, also, this is also one of the reasons I'm talking about standing tickets Trenton to New York. You can even claw back a little bit, and this is something, and I promise I'm not going to talk about New York or prescribing it because it's complicated, but just as a preview, if for some reason there's high-speed rail before there's the Gateway Tunnel, you can create more room. So currently, Amtrak is limited to 4 trains an hour in the tunnels because New Jersey Transit needs all the rest. But remember, the intercity trains are bigger. They're longer. There's 16 cars. The commuter trains never are. There are, I think, 10 to 12 on New Jersey Transit. And so it's actually possible to say that that there could be a little bit of a clawback, not too much, but a little bit of a clawback. With let's say Trenton to Newark, where if trains, even if they just do Trenton, Newark, New York City, it's not north. This is north. Then, first of all, this casts such a big shadow that all of the drivers are going to try to get to Trenton. I think from Princeton Junction, it might actually be faster to take an outbound train and then go back on the high speed than to go direct on the low speed train to New York. How long the shadow is. So it's going to remove a lot of traffic that's currently on the Northeast Corridor on the commuter trains. And a lot of people who are changing to the commuter trains at Newark, for example, from the Raglan Valley line, are going to can then change to a high-speed train that is literally twice the size. So this kind of shadow is also, I don't know if shadow is the correct way to describe it, but this kind of, maybe it's not quite compression of distances along the line, it's maybe compression of distances to specific stations. Then for that, what you can do is essentially de-emphasize. I mean, Trenton could still be an outer anchor for commuter trains, but it's not going to be an important commuter stop because people doing Trenton to Philly can do it. You can just get a standing ticket on the commuter train. I mean, not commuters, on the intercity trains, and that's a lot faster because they're going to go nonstop. The one thing I kind of want to notice, point people to, this is the hardest part that I said I'm going to leave for last, is Trenton is not designed. It's not an easy terminal. What I mean is, there's Trenton here. It is it is a station with 4 tracks. To stopping to not stopping. I expect that you can make it a 6 track station. It might. I'm not actually sure if there are 6 tracks, but if it's not, then it can be 6 tracked. But the point is that because the platforms are on the outer and middle tracks, not the inner tracks, if you can make it viably 6 tracks, then it's difficult to stop there and go back because you would go back crossing opposing traffic at grade. It's one of these, again, annoying features of American flat junctions. And moreover, maybe you're saying the trains stop that it maybe, so the thing is that because Trenton is kind of the vague boundary point between New York suburbs and Philly suburbs, actually is probably the best place for commuter trains to turn. This also means that you're having the intercity trains run through and the commuter trains stop, and usually you want it the other way around. This is why sometimes fast, slow, slow, fast is better than slow, fast, fast, slow. It's just, it almost never exists because um, it's only really viable. Um, it's only really viable when you build the entire line 4 tracks from the start. Usually, if you start 2 tracks and then accrete 2 more, then you will always end up doing slow, fast, fast, slow. And so this is where this is why doing it in Trenton is a little bit difficult. Now, how does this get resolved? So Ben's way is to essentially add one more stop to New Jersey Transit in Pennsylvania. Looks like, and Morrisville, and then the advantage of the Morrisville solution is that there's already something called, I think it's called the Trenton branch or the Trenton cutoff. This is an existing line. I don't know if it was ever used by passenger trains, but it was a freight line between New York and points west bypassing Philly. And either this line or an alignment that incorporates this line might be a viable Philly bypass in the distant future. When I say distant future, I mean like when you're talking about having 2 routes between New York and Chicago, like one via the Appalachians, one via upstate New York, and then lots of extra stuff in the Midwest. And then if there may be too much New York to Philly traffic, then you can divert a few trains off of Philly and then expect that New York to Philly is still going to be, 12 trains an hour. So again, distant future might be viable as a passenger line, as a passenger cutoff, but certainly in the near future, you can do what Ben's suggesting and have New Jersey Transit turn here. And this way, the trains stay on the running track and they turn where there is room rather than where they're going to cross opposing traffic at grade. So this is mostly, again, New York side. This is for trains to New York, and the reason is that there's way more traffic to New York than to Philly. What is Ben proposing for the trains to Philly? And this is where I need to maybe. Okay, so I can't tell why this is not loading. Which means I can't look at this as. Huh. I feel like this should be a continuous line. I can't tell if there's something wrong with my computer, if there's something wrong with Google Earth or whatever. But and then you can also turn SEPTA trains here at Marsville and not Trenton. It's a little bit sketch, but remember, under this proposal, remember everything in railroading is a little bit sketchy. You're spending too much money. So with here, if you're doing Philly to Trenton, you're just going to ride high-speed trains. If you're doing an intermediate stop to Trenton, you change it to Marsville. So essentially you're moving the boundary point to a place that doesn't have high-speed rail service, which does weaken the connection of the people in the Philly suburbs to New York City. This is a drawback, but it has other benefits, such as it lets you have separate commuter trains for New York and Philly. This is actually really important, and the reason. The main other option, besides keep things as they are, and try to timetable or keep things as they are, maybe try to build turning facilities here, or try to see if you can timetable the opposed moves across the intercity track. Is that New York and Philadelphia are 2 cities with different sizes. Oh, it's no change for that segment. Sorry. Oh, okay. I can zoom in like this. Oh, okay. But this still disappears for some reason, and I'm worried that there's something wrong with my internet, or with Google. And so with this, yeah, the issue is that if you're hitting Is it Trenton Trent? Or you can do, this is, okay, this is a two-stop overlap. Okay, so you're doing, wait, no, red is stop, yeah. So you're doing, and then you're turning, when you have a flander. Is that, I mean, if the flanger exists, then it makes things easier, and essentially means that the problem is mostly New York side. Again, the other possibility is to still run commuter trains from New York to Philly. The problem with that is that New York needs way more demand than Philly. So part of it is the frequency mismatch, which is not that big a deal because you can just say that the Philly to Trenton trains, all of them are through to New York, but not all New York to Trenton trains are through. But the problem is that if the demand mismatch is such that you need like 10 or 12 car trains, New York to Trenton, and then Trenton to Philly is 4 or 6 car trains, then that's the problem. That's the main reason not to run through. There are other reasons not to run through. For example, you probably don't want commuter trains to be too long. I mean, if you're running through a city center, then it's kind of unavoidable to do something like Trenton to New Haven. But that would be not Trenton to New Haven, but New Haven, not even to Philadelphia, because trains also ran past Philadelphia. It's I don't know where the trains run from Trenton now past Philadelphia. They used to run to, I think, Chestnut West, right? Not Chestnut West, Chestnut East. So these are the main options. So essentially, try to cleverly timetable. Do this kind of Marsville change in New York, and then Philly can keep going to Trenton. Again, maybe truncate it through Marsville. I'm not sure, but keep going to Trenton and having a little bit of an overlap. Or what did it say? Right, 3 things. Right, no change and try to cleverly timetable. Which is again a little bit sus. Do the Marsville situation, which is a little bit sketch in a different way, or run through, which is the kind of prettiest solution, except it's also a solution that might lead to demand mismatch. And then remember, at some point, some trains do need to, go to New York from Trenton without going past Trenton. Is the issue? Is the issue at hand? I actually kind of like that solution, to be honest. So the one where you have where you can make the trains from Philly turn just north of Trenton, and the trains from New York go to Marsville. It requires a little bit of flexibility to get New Jersey Transit into Marsville, but I mean New Jersey Transit already has a line that goes from Philadelphia to Atlantic City. You know something? Let's actually talk about the Atlantic City line for a moment, just because it's a Philadelphia commuter line. Where I'm trying to think how it connects with high-speed trains. I mean, I don't think it's the most important thing, but it's kind of the mid-Atlantic equivalent of the branch that I talked about to Mohegan Sun. And here, and even both of them happen to serve a casino, which is actually important because a lot of it is recreational traffic. Now, there is commuter traffic from here to Philly. So first of all, this needs to be electrified. The line is currently, as I understand, not electrified. Yeah, you can deadhead. Yeah, you can deadhead even to North Brunswick, but I mean, the more you deadhead, the more money you waste. And at some point, at some point, it's like almost like saying, "Oh yeah, let's just might as well run to New York." Um, and I guess maybe you can serve New Brunswick, but I mean, how big of a destination is New Brunswick from point south? I mean, for Rutgers students, maybe. But honestly, if it's for student traffic, you can just time a transfer at Trenton, or if the commuter trains run as frequently as I think they should run, you don't need to time the transfer because the trains going north should be running every 10 minutes anyway. And I don't mean the intercity trains, I mean also the commuter trains. So anyway, the issue is, so this is recreational as well as commuter traffic, Philly to Atlantic City. Let me actually check on Open Railway Map because there's a lot of historic railways in Jersey, and I'm never going to remember which one is the one that actually does this. Whereas here it actually highlights things. Yeah, it's this one. So this is kind of a weird thing, is that the line actually runs on the northeast corridor a little bit. Let's say backward and then turns. And this is part of Frankfurt Junction. So Frankfurt Junction needs to be fixed just because it's extremely cumbersome to slow down the trains here, and at the same time, it's going to be grade stopped. This does not look like it is grade separated, but again, it can be fixed together with fixing the S-curve, so not a big deal. Question, do you want to run on the slow or fast tracks? The answer should be slow tracks, because this is a regional train. You don't want the regional train to interfere with trains that can go as far as Boston or Washington. And and also eventually there's going to be much more intercity than commuter traffic, just because remember, commuter traffic is mostly about urban rail. The Northeast Corridor is, from Philly's perspective, kind of a branch, because Chestnut Hill branches off here. The other PRR sidelines don't go northeast, and the kind of core of the neighborhood, core of the service for urban trips is on the Reading side. It's called the SEPTA Main Line, and it is on the Reading side, going north. I don't remember when they stopped calling it SEPTA Main Line. I forgot where they're going up to. I think it's past North Broad, right? North Broad, then Fernrock, then maybe Glasside. Like around here. I guess, is this Glasside or Jenkintown? Okay, this is Jenkintown, so Glenside would be one closer. Or is it one farther? Oh, yes, one farther. So this is Glenside. So again, I don't remember if it's so kind of the urban core. It would be Jenkintown in the inner suburbs, going vaguely north-south through North Philly and then Center City. So this is less important. So this is a piece of infrastructure that, while passing through Philadelphia, is more important for intercity than regional traffic. And the upshot. That I did not realize, that New Jersey Transit already goes to Marshall. Yeah, then just do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, that's the annoying thing. Yeah, it's the same thing that New York does. It's kind of annoyingly inefficient, which is one of the things that actually militates in favor of more off-peak service, because then you need to do fewer yard moves. The more inefficient your yard moves are, the more you want to not make them. Whereas in Paris, for example, or in Moscow, the yards are past the ends of lines. So this is very efficient. It means that turnaround times, even on non-branching lines, are not the limit to traffic, which means that you can actually run 40 trains an hour without branching, which in New York you can forget about. In New York, you need tail tracks and so on, and even then I think that still imposes a limit. But this kind of system. So when I say New York subway, so the issue with New York subway is let me see if this is visible on Google, or if I need to show you on NewYorkSubway.org or something. I think the one is actually a good example of this. So this is the one. The subway reversal is that New York really likes having its yard tracks not be past the end of the line, but past the penultimate station on the line. So easy. Hard. So I guess, yeah, if SEPTA moves to Marsville, then that is a problem. Bear in mind, I mean, there's a reason for SEPTA not to move to Marsville, which is that SEPTA should try to aim not cross-opposing traffic at the end, which means, I mean, maybe do it as like light maintenance, but for actual turnarounds, use tracks north of Trenton, not south of Trenton. So anyway, with the Atlantic City line, the point I'm making is that because the Northeast Corridor in Philly is, or going north of Philly, is much more important for intercity than commuter travel, it's going to get heavier traffic, more congestion on the intercity side, so you want to keep more things off of the intercity side and on the commuter tracks. So you should grade set this and also electrify the fact that this state. It's kind of annoying. Philadelphia has, in theory, the only all electrified commuter rail network in North America, but that's only true on the SEPTA side. The Atlantic City line is not electrified. Which is really annoying. So just wire this. And I don't know what else needs to be done to make this better. But the point is that it's a terminal. It's mostly going to be about compatibility with itself. It's not going to share tracks with high-speed trains. I can see this using the lower level of 30th Street, not the upper level, but the lower level has enough tracks that it's not going to interfere with the intercities. So not that big a deal. And if for some reason it does need to be treated as a commuter train that needs to run through, then you have a pocket answer to that. This, remember, creates more traffic on the PRR side. So you just shift traffic from the PRR side to the routing side through Swampoodle. By the way, am I pronouncing Swampoodle correctly, or is it Swampoodle? Oh, yeah, that is also true. Yeah, but bear in mind the fact that it's faster to do that is probably just poor commuter rail practices because, yeah, so from, what is it, Haddonfield? Haddonfield is where they meet. I guess Lindenwold, but where they diverge, certainly at Haddonfield, a town that I only remember the name of because they chose the name of the town in Halloween, the film, after this. I believe one of the two authors, I believe not author, I believe one of the two screenwriters grew up there in this one. This one, I have my face block thing. So this, yeah, it's more circuitous than this, but this should be a faster line. So keep it as do a kind of cross-platform transfer, of course, without fare gates in the middle, so with some kind of proof of payment. But I don't think it should be cut to a shuttle. Especially because Patco is so trash at connecting to West Philly, connecting to 30th Street, because Patco has its line in Philly that does this, and then the line in Philly, yeah, it kind of connects to the Broad Street line, but all of these transfers are pretty long. It's not like Patco has a stop. I don't think Patco has a stop literally at 8th Street. I think the stops go like this or something. So it's not the best connection. Especially if you're going to points to 30th Street. So certainly, so I don't think that this should be. I mean, I guess I can do this kind of a Japanese style line where essentially this line is turned into a Patco extension. It's not the worst thing in the world, but if there are literally any problems with that, like maybe there's a single track that or too many grade crossings that are too annoying to deal with here, then just keep it like this. So anyway, this is Philadelphia going north. Philadelphia going south, while the line is 4-track, again, just stay on the express track. Sometimes proposals also have the line, instead of using the northeast corridor proper, veering it a little bit to serve the airport. Maybe yes, maybe no. This might be a little bit of a track share, but if you need to, you can 4-track, especially because it would most likely, honestly, this would most likely just kill the airport line, because if the trains run here every 10 minutes, you don't need a separate airport line. It's going to be just intercity trains with like a large sign saying, if you take the train between the airport and Philadelphia, you pay normal city fare, or charter, or if you want to stiff the tourist, do a special airport fare. If you want to take the train past Philadelphia, you're responsible for making sure you have a correct intercity fare all the way to Trenton or New York, or the conductor will make faces at you and then write you a ticket. Um, and the uh, so again, that's an option. I'm currently negative on it, but it's one of the things that need to be studied, like this option or the more direct option. Uh, I used to think that this was less curvy. I don't think it is. There's issue where here there are lots of great this line. It's a real freight line. Um, and the freight line, besides being a freight line, also has level crossing. So essentially, it's a bunch of kilometers of suburban elevated, which you can build. It's just money. And you probably don't want to just use this line for it. You probably want to actually hit the airport. So probably a tunnel. So again, this is money. Um, is it a lot of money? No, but the Northeast Corridor is generally not a lot of money. It's treated as a lot of money. It's a problem where whenever you have a line that should have been built 60 years ago, um, it's going to be extraordinarily expensive to do it now, not because it's inherently expensive, but because the benefit cost ratio is so high that everyone's going to demand something. Um, at some point, you need to say no. Um, so as long as this is 4 track, it's again easy. The commuter trains go on the outer tracks, the intercity trains on the inner tracks. At one point, this goes from 4 tracks to 3, though. I don't remember what point this is, which means we need to actually figure this out. And unfortunately, the coloring does not quite tell it because the coloring also includes freight main lines. So, for example, this is a freight line. This is so the Pennsylvania Railroad had a bunch of competitors. So around Philly it was Reading. In Maryland it was Baltimore, Ohio. Here's the red line is the Northeast Corridor. The orange is the older Baltimore and Ohio lines. It went Baltimore to DC. The state of Maryland did whatever it could to block the PRR from being able to build this line. So the PRR used legal loopholes to build a competing line with kind of like the state's pride B&O. I think Baltimore to Wilmington's the other way around. The PRR was there first and then B&O. And then they had to go through Baltimore in what was an extremely difficult situation in the 1860s and 70s. So difficult. I think I said this in a past video. It took longer. It took longer to go to get across Baltimore than to get to the Pacific. In the Civil War, Baltimore and New York both had extensive draft rights because both cities' economies were deeply intertwined with that of the slave plantation economy in ways that Boston and Philadelphia were not. So the biggest center of abolition in the United States was the Midwest. For example, Lincoln was from Illinois. And also upstate New York was a very abolitionist area. The East Coast was northern abolitionists, but they were kind of more establishment, and they were more and because it was like older political tradition. They were kind of the descendants of the people who made the 3/5 compromise, for example. Whereas the Midwesterners or maybe the upstaters were the descendants of random settlers who were like the sort of people who in there were descendants of people who in the 1780s, 90s, and 90s were the sort of commoners that the Northerners who made the 3/5 compromise thought should never be able to vote because they were too poor. So anyway, New York and Baltimore were the main export ports for slave produced cotton, or for slave produced goods. Both had draft rights, and the Union troops needed to escort trains. So the thing is, trains from the north couldn't go through Baltimore. They had to stop at Baltimore and then get across town on city streets. Draft rioters were preventing that. I mean, this was just enemy action. I mean, the draft rioters were essentially enemy combatants, trying to prevent Union logistics. I doubt they thought of themselves this way, but in retrospect, they were doing more for the Confederate war effort than the has-beens who were actually running the Confederate army were doing. It's just they were essentially insurgents. The Union troops escorted the trains in the 18 and in the and it took until after the war for the two routes across Baltimore to be built. Two competing railroads did not compete. They did not cooperate. They built highly suboptimal routes. It was just really difficult to do so because essentially the only region where it was possible to build without tunneling was literally between the water and maybe Baltimore Penn Station, and that was already very heavily urbanized by then, so they had to go around or under. So very suboptimal tunnels, and one of the important Northeast Corridor projects is to essentially replace this shit tunnel with a longer tunnel, slightly longer, like this, called the Great Circle Tunnel. Fortunately, the project has seen excessive levels of scope creep and cost blowout. It was estimated at $750 million in, I think, the late 2000s, which is mildly expensive, but doable. And then somehow they turned into a 4-track tunnel with mechanical ventilation for potential diesel freight trains. And also much wider bores in case the diesel freight trains ever carried double stacked freight, which, for the record, is not really possible on most of the Northeast Corridor because of other height restrictions. And somehow the 750 million turned into 4 billion. So maybe do something about that. So anyway, this is two competing railroads. Then all the way to Philly, and then I don't know where. I think there still would have been a B&O here. I just don't remember where the boundary. I think there was kind of this section, maybe is a reading line. It was then used by B&O. The B&O trains, I think, went up West Trenton, the West Trenton line, and then like this Central Railroad of. I think it's Central Railroad of New Jersey. The B&O, so actually the Staten Island Railway was B&O. So this was B&O, this was B&O. I don't remember what I think the B&O used this, you used coming upon or something like that. But at any rate, so when it's 4 tracks, it's easy. And then you drop down to 3, and okay, if it's Claymont, then the issue is that now you're starting to impose a dependency between intercity trains and commuter trains. You shouldn't do that, remember. So, but let's say that we're not. Let's say that at Bell Interlocking, we're not actually upgrading it from 3 tracks to 4. What this means, so this is really weird. I can't actually tell if they're running slow, fast here, or if it's. Oh yeah, they are. Okay. Huh. Interesting. This is really weird also because this is colored, like red is high speed, like this is colored as if it's fast, slow, fast, and so that's what they're doing. So they're running like this, and then there's this complex switch where they're switching to running fast, slow, fast, and then fast, slow, and then fast, slow. Okay. So if it's like this, then let's see. Then can you run? The question is, can you run the slow trains from this point from Bell to Wilmington on a single track? I believe the answer is yes. This is not a long section. We can actually check this using Google Earth. Wilmington is here. Where's okay, so Claymont is here. Which one is Bell Interlocking? Let's look around here, maybe. Yeah, this is okay. We're seeing 2 tracks here, and here they're going down to 1. That sounds about right. Here. The number is not exactly going to be correct. The 6 point something kilometers, because this is a straight line, and this is. I mean, not, this is not exactly, how you presented Pride March, but I wouldn't apply to be a teacher in Florida like this. I mean, maybe, but probably not. But probably not. So it's, I don't know, 7.5, maybe 8. But it's also 8 kilometers without stations. And that's the interesting thing, because if it's 8 kilometers without station, you just assume. I mean, these are, I don't know, 160 kilometers an hour. Um, it's just one station. So I mean, if you ignore the station for a sec, it's 3 minutes each way. Um, and now the station, I want to say, is not 3 tracks but 4 tracks, right? Wait, the station's 2 tracks. Okay, that is more concerning. So I guess the concerning part is that the station. Also, if you don't have, also if the slow track merges into the fast track, then you're having bigger problems. But okay, yeah. Okay, and then the slow track would have to cross opposing traffic. That's the annoying part. Because certainly, if you have the slow track continuing as its own thing all the way to Wilmington, then, and especially if it's 2 tracks, then Wilmington can be your passing loop. It's a major station, so it's actually viable to timetable the train to wait a minute or two there, which is something you should generally do when you have a very complex schedule. This is a complex schedule. Now we're starting to get into the actual complex schedule. When you have such a complex schedule, um, again, ideally you don't want this to share tracks with intercity trains because they're going to go on every 10 minutes. I don't actually know what the viable frequency Philly to Wilmington is. I imagine every half hour. I know we've discussed this before on stream. I just don't remember. But Philly to Wilmington, I mean, the Interstellar is probably every 10 minutes, maybe every 15. But Wilmington, I guess, could be half hourly. And you actually want to use the fact that it's only half hourly to stay single track when you can. And don't show this message again. I don't care about the color scheme. And so the point is that when you do this, if it's about 7 or 8 kilometers, then again it's what 3 minutes ish, maybe a bit more if the trains are a bit slower, and then Wilmington wait time is like 5 minutes. I mean, I don't think you should. I'm not saying you should run single track every 10 minutes like this, but you can run single track every 15 with difficulty, every 30 with ease. And again, you do not want to share tracks here with intercities. The reason you don't is that, can you do this? Yes, you can. But first of all, you do need to grade step this, and this means that the track sharing doesn't start at Bell, but probably around Claymont, because it's a most reliable place, or I guess the last place where you can reliably have interstate regionals only share tracks with the intercities that that are in the same direction. And here, suddenly it's 11 kilometers. Now, bear in mind, it's not 11 kilometers of single tracking if you do it this way. It's 11 kilometers of double track, where one train, I guess, non-stops between Claymont and Wilmington. And if you want, you can add a stop or two to make things a little more exciting. And by more exciting, I mean, I can see a world in which Edgemore does get a station, like in this complex, Edgemore Bellefonte. So not the stupidest thing in the world, but it does mean we're playing a little. It does mean we're playing a little bit. Stop sending me email of a challenge run. And now, if we're not playing a challenge run, if it's just straight 11 kilometers, can you share between a regional train and an intercity train every 10 minutes? Remember, the regional trains don't go every 10 minutes, but it's the more frequent of the two services that sets the limit whenever you have this kind of track sharing. So if it's every 10 minutes, your commuter train could go once a day. It's still going to slot in between intercities that go every 10 minutes, and no, the intercities aren't going to move out of the way of the regional. Very much a tail wagging the dog. If they did, Wilmington to Philly regional service is kind of interesting, don't get me wrong, but for service from Wilmington to Philly, again, if you're going all the way, sell standing tickets on the intercities and just truncate SEPTA if it's that much of a difficulty. Sucks for Newark, but ridership in Newark, Delaware. I'm not saying you shouldn't serve it. You should, but if it wrecks the timetable, then you can go nuclear and like just tell people to buy standing tickets. And so anyway, having established it's just more important to keep the regional, the intercities regular, which again means every 10 minutes in this case. Can you do this in the, so it's 11 kilometers, Claymont to Wellington. Now, how fast is Claymont to Wellington? There's a big question, which is, do you guys trust the timetables that I wrote and the speed zones that I drew, I think 2 years ago? Also remember that because I have the best documentation ever and the best documentation, certainly when I wrote this documentation, I had not heard the tech expression, assume that the person maintaining your code is a psychopathic murderer who knows where you live. This is apparently a really important principle when you write code. Make sure your code is maintainable by other people. I am not a coder, which means that I have written speed zones. Now, I can tell you what the speed zones mean. You're starting from 145.2 because the speed zones are 0 equals New York City. And then it's just plus numbers, and then you're just expected to know where these points are. Now, thankfully, we can actually use the show elevation profile tool and try to figure out, you know something, let me not show my face for a sec, and figure out where all these points are. So, where's Claymont? Claymont, so, this is high-speed territory. So 19 kilometers, so kilometer point 19 is where 300 starts, and this is essentially just past the curve at Chester, I guess. Note that it's not very maintainable code, but it's a code where if you're where I'm seeing it with all the layers, so show elevation profile and Google Earth, then I actually do get what I meant. And then up to kilometer point 34.5, which is the Edgemore curve, it's 300. Past the Edgemore curve, it's 270. And then there is a further slowdown for curves as you enter Wilmington. However, dead letter means this curve, this claims based on circle drawing exercise that I did a year or two ago, that this is good for 150 kilometers an hour. However, this is a kilometer from the station. You cannot accelerate to 150 or decelerate from 150 that fast. And therefore, if you just hit the brakes at 270, aiming to get to the station at 0, you will not surpass the 150 limit of the curve. So the point is that this is 300 and 270 zone. I'm going to pretend this is an entirely 300 zone, which is the less favorable assumption. I mean, obviously, higher speed is more favorable when we're looking at trip times. It's more favorable when we're looking at benefits, but it is less favorable when we're looking at sharing tracks between intercities and regionals. You want to minimize the speed difference, and now I'm claiming the speed difference is going to be assumed a little bit higher. So 300, the commuter trains never go 300, they go 160. You do need to buy 160, most likely, in order to keep up. If you don't need to keep up, you might actually buy, I mean, this is like such a wide stop spacing that you might get 160 anyway. For urban service, you never need 160. I don't actually think there's any big S-Bahn service that's predominantly urban that goes 160. Their trains are very high powered, like very good acceleration, so they can go to 140, 150 in the suburbs. But for example, the Munich S-Bahn trains, which are, I think, one of the prototypes of the really good 21st century, or early 21st century regional trains, the ones that have the power to weight ratio of a high speed train, and go 160 and could go 200 with minor modifications. But in Munich they only go up, but the Munich S-Bahn trains only go up to 140. I think in Zurich they go up to 160. But Zurich modernized its fleet later than München. Zurich still has, for example, locomotive hold trains on the S-Bahn as opposed to all EMU. So anyway, let's say 160, because it's not actually that hard to make sure that the trains go 160. Essentially, the price of the rolling stock is flat up until you go past about 200, or even maybe 250. So this is 11 kilometers, 160, and we're making this is 4 minutes, and we're making 2 stops. What is the stop time at 160? I can tell you what the stop time is at 160. It's with the dwell time, which we're, let's say, not going to count because the transition at Claymont starts past, I believe, the station platforms. So Claymont, this is already a transition to slow, fast, fast, slow. But where's the station? Oh yeah, here's the station, and this is already past the station. The station is, if you just trace the curves, the station is here. So we're already past the station, and 11 kilometers. So we probably need to take into account some of the acceleration. The stop time is without the dwell time is about 45-ish seconds, maybe a hair more, 4.9, let's say. And then how long is it by high-speed train? But it's not actually 2.2 minutes because high-speed trains do stop at Wilmington. Now, one of the things that I'm going to model in the actual report that I'm inflicting what is like not even a 0th draft, like a negative first draft on here right now. That report, it's 2.2. If you not only skip Wilmington, but pretend that these curves at Wilmington do not exist. Now, the curves at Wilmington do exist. Were the curves at Wilmington to be eliminated, would be through a bypass. The bypass would be at Edgemore. And this would mean that there would not be any track sharing. Because the intercity would go here, the regionals, yeah, I mean, maybe they have a tiny single track pinch point. Maybe that gets doubled, I'm not even sure. And then they take over the tracks that are currently intercity to Wilmington if the bypass is activated. Maybe some slower intercity trains are going to divert here, but they're not going to run every 10 minutes. They're going to run, let's say, I'm guessing it's going to, like if you activate the bypass, it's something like every 20, or even everything combined every 10 or every 7.5, and this is every 30. So the Wilmington bypass makes the track sharing much easier. So let's assume it's not built. I kind of like the one stop per state setup. It's kind of interesting because, like, politically, when people were trying to workshop this in the Obama stimulus era, they said, "Oh, the vice president Joe Biden is a well-known supporter of Amtrak, and he's Delaware. You can't skip Delaware." And then, when this went into abeyance, and nobody cared about Joe Biden anymore in, let's say, mid 2010s, like even, I mean, 2014, he was still the VP, but I mean, people said, "Oh, right, he's just a VP. He's not going to go anywhere. It's going to be Hillary Clinton." And I was the president, but I don't think it's gonna matter. I don't think it's gonna be a political decision whether to serve Wilmington on express trains. I will point out that it's a close decision either way. So again, study both. I think the not skip version is harder to timetable. So let's play a little bit of a challenge run and go on with 2.2. Assuming this is 300 kilometers an hour territory, which is something that you do mostly if you enjoy seeing trains derail and flip. So this is like if you really enjoy multi-track drifting, then you're on at 300 kilometers an hour here. Bearing in mind 100 and you can actually measure the circle and not have to rely on my amazing memory and my. I am very famously extremely young and healthy, and certainly not a 34-year-old boomer who spent 2 days in Munich without a working phone because they literally forgot to bring their phone and only traveled with their 6-year-old American phone that could not function without Wi-Fi. Quick story. And so this looks like 800-ish meters. I mean, it's not literally 800. Note that the curve here is a little sharper than that. So let's be a little more serious, because certainly the station tracks are not as curved. So let's try here. And this is where I'm starting to worry about the number that I wrote. This stops being dead letter if it's around 130-ish, or 40 for an intercity at least. For a regional, but here no, that looks alright. So 700 meters. Yeah, okay. How does one forget a phone? Tony, I have two phones. I have my good phone and my bad phone. My good phone, uh, this phone is about a year and I've had it for a little more than a year, maybe a little older than that. And it has my German SIM. I have my American phone. This one, which I got, I mean, it's not an American phone. I bought it in France, but I bought it in 2016, and it has my American SIM. Uh, and so I normally, when I go around Berlin, I only take my German phone with me because the American phone. I mean, like at this point, every app that I need is on my German phone. Uh, I wanted to bring both phones to Munich just in case, so I felt the American phone in my pocket, and so when I left my apartment, I thought, okay, yeah, it's a phone. And then by the time I realized I'm missing my actually good phone, um, I was at Ostbahnhof. I don't travel with a lot of spare time. I made my train with a couple minutes to spare, but if I'd gone home and gone back, I would not have made my train. This is how I forgot my phone. Um, so anyway, this looks like about 705 meters. So let's figure out the so okay, importantly, I'm making an assumption, which is that I'm making an assumption that all of these trains are going to be controllable passenger trains, and the reason is that the freight trains can go on the bypass. Um, it's somewhat of an assumption, but this is the assumption that there's no bypass. If there is a bypass, then then maybe the freight trains have to go through the city or something. But then I don't care as much about squeezing every last millimeter of cant out of these tracks because it doesn't matter if the commuter trains are slowed by 15 seconds. Um, so 4.9 minutes we said is the slow trains, 2.2 plus travel times for the plus stop time for the intercity trains. I believe the stop time is going to be about maybe it's not going to be stop time. It's going to be half a stop time because it's only one stop. I think it's going to be something like 90 seconds. Um, Modern trains accelerate really quickly, maybe even less. So 2.2 gets to about 3 point a bit. Note that it's a difference of like a minute and a half. So a minute and a half, very easy to timetable when each service runs every 10 minutes. I mean, I guess you start with one train following the other every 4 minutes, and then the other, and then the 4-6 becomes 6-4. Your minimum is about 2 or 3, so it's not that hard. Um, and then you figure out later where you're going to overtake. The issue is that if you're purposely trying to make this an overtake, you need to find a 4-track section. Like if maybe Claymont is an overtake, so it starts 0-2, and then it's like zero, and then the 2-minute gap is maybe 3.5 minutes by here. and you only need to overtake again when you get to about 7 or 8, and maybe here. That's where I can't tell. But also past Wilmington, the traffic drops so much that you can start doing crazy things. Like when I say crazy things, I mean if you really need to truncate SEPTA to Wilmington, and then if you really need to run slow trains from Wilmington to Newark or points beyond, you first of all run shorter trains, but also you don't need to time them to connect to SEPTA. You can time them to connect with the high-speed trains. But you might need to just add tracks into Wilmington, which is going to be a chore. It's an urban station. But it's not. Yeah, there already is a. Okay, you went to the office forgetting your laptop at home. Yeah, it happens. Uh, isn't there a Wilmington? Yeah. The point is there is a freight bypass, and the only circumstance in which it is not available for the exclusive use of freight is if the high-speed trains go there and we don't need to do this calculation. But let's say we do. Remember, worst assumption. 705. You might actually be able to get away with 200 millimeters of count here. And I keep clicking on R with a calculator, which is a very different function from clicking R. The one thing though with worrying that I worry about this is that if you probably can't cant this too much because this is a station. So you'd have to start canting past the station, and this is a little bit sketch, which is a real issue. So if the platforms around here start here, these are curved platforms. The intercity train will need to use the entire length, most likely, because the intercity train, remember, is a long boy. Needs to go until about 400 meters around here. And then the rest of the curve is from here to about here. It's only a couple hundred meters. And farther out, it can actually be canted. If we're fully canting, and again, this is a bit sketch, and parts closer to the station will not be canted because it's going to be 0. But so if you're fully canting, it's 200 millimeters, and the cant efficiency that you can squeeze out of a so the Shinkansen tilts, but then you're vendor locked. Talgo tilts, you're vendor locked in different rates. You get 180 either way of cant efficiency. If you're not tilting, you're about 130. So 330 divided by 150, which is 100. So when you do so the conversion rate between cant plus cant efficiency and lateral acceleration is a factor of 150 millimeters of cant equal 1 meter per second squared of acceleration, which comes from the fact that the track gauge, so the track gauge is 1.435 meters, but that's inner to inner rail. Inner to what do you mean? What do you need is center to center or inner to outer, which is about 1.5 meters. And then or maybe a little bit less, and then you need to divide that by G, which is 9.8. So you get 150. This is 2.2. 1551. What speed can we do? Okay, you can't do 150. You can do 140. However, this is 600 meters from the leading edge of the platform. Yes, a kilometer from the trailing edge. It's still dead ladder. Bear in mind if you go 300 on this, if you go 300 on this particular platform, on this particular curve, this is so speed squared. We're going to divide this by the radius, which is 705. We can subtract the effect of cant, which is 200 away 150. And this is your lateral acceleration, almost a full G of sideways acceleration. I believe trains derail around 5. This is 8.5. So yeah, don't go 300 here again. You go 300 here if you really think that there's an overpopulation problem, or if you really think that it's really exciting to have accidents. So anyway, the actual issue is that it's about 2.2 versus 4.9, but it's not 2.2, it's about 3.4 with acceleration deceleration time at this end. Very easy to share tracks. The main problem is it constrains the timetable of all of SEPTA, which you can still do, but it's something you need to start thinking about. And because SEPTA has so many flat junctions, the constraints propagate in very difficult ways. I don't mind this as much on Boston to Providence. First of all, because I've written timetables for things that assume north-south railing, so the Boston to Providence line only shares with Boston to Franklin and Forge Park, and Boston to South Coast Rail, and these are both controllable. In fact, there's a really nice way of making sure that Boston to South Coast Rail entirely avoids any kind of overtakes, while also doing Boston to Providence with the overtakes that I mentioned before. Boston to Franklin can also be turned into Boston to Fairmount to Franklin, and then it's ignoring the Northeast corridor entirely. It's really cool. Um, and so anyway, the so anyway, with north-south railing, it's still possible, but that's just because these lines fit in a certain way, and it gets harder. Like more stuff will need to be done, whatever they connect with on the north side. It's just that the junctions can be more controllable, and by more controllable, I mean I've actually written timetables, which means I know what the hazards are. For example, there's a hazard of there's a single track tunnel in Salem. Can you run trains through the single track tunnel at high frequency? Yes, you can. Make sure to meet just south of the tunnel and double track at a station, at an infill station that we're therefore proposing at Transit Matters, which is called South Salem. And that way we're saving $180 million, I believe, for the system in not needing to double track the tunnel. And maybe that will need to be doubled if that's what connects to the Providence line, and maybe the Providence line will connect to something else. So this does get different. It's just that honestly, if you need to spend 100 million on doubling a tunnel as a side project of the north-south railing, it's annoying, but you might need to do it. With Philly, the system is just more complex and less controllable. Although it's something that I might actually want to talk about about how to do the timetables if it gets to this. So it is absolutely viable here. Now, Wilmington to Baltimore. This is the lightest trafficked part of the Northeast corridor, south of New Haven. I want to say even maybe south of Old Saybrook, but I'm not sure how this compares with New Haven to Old Saybrook. Less traffic than Boston to Providence. Makes sense. I mean, I don't know if Wilmington is Providence size, how it compares with Providence, but nothing here is Boston. I mean, Philly is kind of Boston, like in size, but Wilmington is the equivalent. It's almost kind of like South County. So here there's SEPTA traffic, but there never needs to be a lot of it. It's just base frequency half an hour with as small trains as you can get away with, which you might need. If you have space to break trains as well, you can do it. If you don't, just run shuttles, and maybe they will meet, maybe they will not. I mean, the shuttles, it's probably more important for the shuttles to meet high-speed trains than to meet regional trains, to be honest. Because the regional trains get you to the suburbs on the way to Philly and past Philly. The intercity trains get you to DC, they get you to New York, and they get you to Philly. The whole point is to not charge more for the trains that are actually cheaper to provide because they have a lower ratio of crew to seats, and because the crew gets paid by the hour and fares are charged by the kilometer. I mean, America's by the mile, but I mean, by the 1.609344 kilometer, if you want. So this is something I'm going to kind of skip in the same way that I have not thought as closely about how to share tracks between high-speed trains and intercity trains in South County, Providence. So not South County, Providence, South County, Rhode Island. I need to keep I need to train myself not to confuse cities and states. Like it's like there's a distinction between London and Britain, or between Paris and France, or between in this case Providence and Rhode Island. Um, and like I recognize that. I mean, most of France does not in fact live in Ile-de-France, which is one of the problems in the country. Let's be honest. But again, I do kind of train myself not to like have like these little errors. So anyway, this is something where there's a backstop solution, which is just stop running this service as like as a through service to failure if this actually becomes a problem. So not as important. I mean, and you can also, and importantly, this also is one of the least dense parts of the Northeast corridor. So if you need to find a place for more tracks, there is a place for more tracks. Also, look at the stop. Just look. Churchman's Crossing. This, how many tracks is this? It looks like 2 tracks. No, 3 tracks. If you need to add, it's 3 tracks of which the passenger trains only dock at 1. And I guess for the other direction, they literally tell you to walk across the tracks, which is insane. It means that you need to stop the entire the entire service all the way up to Boston and down to DC just based on this station. Please don't do this. Build a platform on the other side, and is it viable to build a platform on the other side? Let's see. 13, 21. Yeah, it's a constrained location, and this is a legit problem. That this is a trench. On the other hand, at some point you might just want to say fuck it and go fast, slow. If that's big of a deal, again, you can single track your trains are only going on every half hour. This is maybe a good location to bypass a little bit of a curve. I actually don't know how environmentally sensitive this area is. Like, I don't actually know whether this is a preserve or something, or whether they just haven't bothered to fill this in with subdivisions because this part of Delaware happens to not be the choicest real estate. I don't actually know. This saves, I don't even know how much, probably probably a noticeable fraction of a minute. But the point is, if you do that, then you, instead of completely realigning the track, you might leave the slow track here, and that lets you, and that gives you an automatic, an automatic flying junction that gets you to fast, slow if you need to. But I mean, it was also fast, slow here. And then Newark, Delaware, which is more substantial as a destination. Where's the station? Did they move the station somewhere? Yeah. Kind of weird that the station is here and not here. This looks like a bit more central. What is this? Probably also 3 tracks. Oh, here's actually. Oh, right. No, this is an Amtrak. Yeah, no, 4 tracks, and here it's slow, fast, slow because I guess Amtrak's off there. So, yeah, I mean, you can keep doing this, and probably it's going to be full segregation between commuter and intercity trains. Again, if you can keep this through Wilmington, it's probably the easiest because then, again, these trains are probably never going to run more than every half hour if they run through. Even if they run through, so every half hour, every 15 minutes, and this is about 5 minutes on the slow train. Maybe it's the same. I mean, maybe you need to, maybe there's going to be some kind of meet at Wilmington. I'm not even sure, but it's not that difficult. They essentially have too many options that are viable with different levels of harshness. Cutting this being the harshest. Now here, there's literally no commuter traffic. Should there be? Maybe. Like regional rail, just in the same way that there should be some kind of regional rail that does New Haven to Kingston or New Haven to Providence. Using the current Northeast corridor tracks to be vacated by the I-95 bypass that I've been growing about. Maybe something like Philly to Baltimore line or Wilmington to Baltimore might be viable. The issue is that there isn't actually that much in the middle here. And this is actually a pretty fast section for intercities. So if this is a fast, so the faster the section is for intercities, the more likely you will want to keep it. Intercity only, just because regional trains are going to slow you down more. So this is something to keep in mind. Now, bear in mind, starting in Parisville, you do get commuter trains again, going to Baltimore and thence DC. Again, one of the harsh solutions that you might want to do if it gets too hard is sever them. So Perryville to Baltimore and then Baltimore to DC are in separate sections, where Perryville to Baltimore is not intended to be timed with Baltimore to DC, but to be with Baltimore to DC regional, but with Baltimore to DC intercity. It has drawbacks. For example, these trains get you to the airport, to BWI right now. This would sever the connection. Maybe it could be just one stop then. Or honestly, if these run every half hour, and let's say maybe an intercity every half hour will also stop at BWI. So let's actually look at right now at MARC train. MARC is a little bit like Boston to Providence, except going kind of the opposite direction, because Boston to Providence is diesel under catenary, but they're slowly planning to do electric under catenary, and MARC started being electric under catenary and has since. So you see, this pretends that MARC is. This used to be electric under catenary. This is an Amtrak locomotive, a former Amtrak locomotive, and then they went to diesel under catenary because Amtrak is not the most cooperative of rail hosts. Essentially, I think the issue was that Amtrak was either overcharging them on electric rates or something about the maintenance of these Amtrak locomotives led to problems, and they ended up going to diesel locomotives instead. Good job, all involved. Kindly leave the industry and never come back. What we care about is the pen line. It is, so they're saying limited service. Now, remember, where I live, there is no such thing as limited service unless it's for like the Olympic Stadium or something. Limited service means the train runs every hour all day. If it's a really out of the way place, it runs every 2 hours all day. And to be very clear, when I say really out of the way, I do not mean Aberdeen, Maryland. I mean podunk. I mean Aberdeen is kind of a podunk, but I mean like random places like that are not on the line, not on the Northeast Corridor. No, half hour all day or get the fuck out. So on this section, limited. I don't know what limited service means. I imagine it's just rush hour, and not very frequent then. But remember, we're planning infrastructure, timetable, rolling stock in coordination. It's kind of a weird thing because on the one hand, I keep talking about doing these periodic hourly and half-hourly timetable, but on the other hand, in a certain way, all we care about is rush hour. Why? Not because we only want to serve rush hour bullshit. We want to serve all day, but we're trying to optimize infrastructure construction in order to build Northeast Corridor high-speed rail at an affordable cost, which the current plans are not, and are not an affordable cost. And essentially, for capacity planning, all you do is the peak. The off-peak just falls into place. So when I'm saying things like half-hourly, bear in mind I'm talking about peak service because there just isn't that much commuter volume between that part of Delaware and Philadelphia. Obviously, you're not going to do this in the city or the inner suburbs where you might need to span much higher frequency. This is why there I am so adamant on separation. So we have wrong sock. Oh, they do still use diesels. They just they use electrics. They just use some diesels. Oh, I'm sorry. They only went partly to diesel under the catenary. Still, please leave the industry and never come back. So Baltimore to Perryville is 58 kilometers. And these 58 kilometers don't have a lot of service. I'm just gonna blithely assume half-hourly service is fine for this. Possibly even hourly, but at the end of the day, I don't actually know if this is around interstates that go every 10 minutes, because it's possible that different stop spacing might degenerate certain things for you. And this is actually something you should worry about, especially past Baltimore. So here's one thing you might do with different stop spacing. So let's say all the trains make the same stop spacing between New York and Philly, or well, it would be, let's say, Newark, maybe even all. No, I shouldn't say all trains skip Trenton. That's really important. It's actually having Trenton to New York trains displace intercities, actually displace commuter trains early on is really important. I doubt that all trains should stop. Maybe it's every. I don't know actually if it's every other train, every third train, two trains in three maybe. But this is going to be kind of weird. But I mean so it's not actually that important to make sure the trains go to enter New York evenly spaced, because your capacity, the places where you're going to need periodicity are not quite New York, but a little farther out of New York. So you might actually try to time things so that trains enter Philadelphia evenly spaced, and then Wilmington, then Baltimore or something, and maybe all stop at Wilmington. But the thing is, if the trains are not evenly spaced, which again they might not be, obviously you want to have the slow trains. If it's again not a slow train every 10 minutes, but a slow train every 30 minutes, if the train's going, exactly every 10 minutes, like 0, 10, 20, if there's an issue with, again, every third train, let's say, is more local, then maybe by this point they're not 0, 10, 20, maybe they're 0, 10, 25. And then obviously you will want actually slow trains to be between the 10 and the 25. Like you want them in the longer gaps. So that buys you a little bit of time that you can use. Alternatively, you can even have the slow train stop at Perryville or something to suck the oxygen out of, or at Aberdeen or something. I mean, so Aberdeen actually has an Amtrak stop. Aberdeen is, there's also the connection to the military base, something called the Proving Ground. This is where they test new tank designs, to make sure that they have sufficiently high gas consumption, in addition to like being very good at 1v1ing other tanks, provided that they have American military logistics behind them. Which is why the Ukrainians aren't even asking for Abrams, even though the US has thousands of spares. The Ukrainians are asking for material from the United States. They're asking for F-16s, not Abrams. The tanks they want are Leopards. My understanding is that an Abrams will beat a Leopard, like a Leopard 2. It's just that the Abrams has certain logistical problems, and by certain logistical problems, I mean it's a huge gas guzzler. It's a huge gas guzzler, and the spare parts. Jeremy, the U.S. probably is more efficient than Germany, but that's because the U.S. has army and Germany has army, so scale. But so anyway, Aberdeen might actually not be a bad place to stop if you're essentially saying this is in exchange for not or rather for slower intercities. And again, slower means they go high speed, but they're kind of like Kodama or Hikari. And then maybe most trains are Nozomi. Again, it depends on how much ridership you're expecting. It depends on how many branches you expect. If it's a train every 10 minutes on average, then you can have either 2 or 3 or 4 trains per hour be slower than the rest. And then probably one or two classes of service of speed, not 3. So it's not Kodama and Hikari and Nozomi, but Kodama and Hikari. Yeah, sorry, Kodama and Nozomi. And then what would be the Kodama stops? Wilmington probably, as I said, is a Nozomi stop, but we're going to model it either way. Trenton, most likely Kodama stop. If for some reason do Kodama and Hikari, then it's probably also Hikari. New Haven is Nozomi actually. It's too slow to efficiently bypass. Stanford might be a Kodama. New Rochelle. A lot of Kodama stop. Maybe Kingston, I'm not sure. Kingston the thing is, there's very little in Kingston, and Kingston is uh, and Kingston is in prime high speed territory. The main reason to do that is for the time connections. For instead of New Haven to Providence, you would just go New Haven to Kingston. Maybe. Out Route 128 should even be a Kodama stop. Just non-stop it from Providence to either Back Bay or South Station. Back Bay, I don't think it's I don't think it's a good idea to do Back Bay as a Kodama stop. Or rather, or is it Kodama only stop? Either all trains escape or all trains stop, and this is because of timetable periodicity issues. Essentially, it's really important for the trains to be evenly spaced between Providence and Boston, so no Kodama only stop on Route 128. And then either everything stops Back Bay and South Station, or everything just stops South Station. So with this kind of Kodama versus Hikari thing out of the way, okay, no Hikari, nothing. Kodama versus Hikari would have been before the 90s, back before the Nozomi. So we're starting, I don't know if it's Aberdeen or Perivale, again, 58 kilometers. How many stops are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? Okay. And we also need to check the speed zones, because I don't actually know the speed zones. Okay. We said that this is, so what we said is that this is the last 58 kilometers, right? 122 to 64, into Baltimore, and this is, so this goes up to 110. So starting from about 55, this is, yeah, much of it is going to be 300 territory. 260, I imagine it's here. I imagine it's, actually this might be this curve. All of which can actually be checked. And we can remove my face temporarily. And yeah, so we need to check. So we start. So the 260 point. So yeah, so it's Perivale. It's still in prime high-speed territory, and then there's a little bit, and then I guess either it's no, it's not quite the movable bridge. The movable bridge. So this is a bridge that is supposed to limit trains to, I think, 90 miles an hour. I don't actually believe the limit. Like, I don't believe that modern trains, lightweight trains, need that limit. Like, I think a lot of it's just excessive American railroader conservatism, where the response to everything is a slow zone rather than to actually fix the problem. And then when the problem is, and then when trains still derail, they say, well, we haven't slowed them down enough, let's slow them down by another couple miles. Like, it's a very poor safety culture, which one of my things about dealing with American railroaders. Essentially, when an American railroader tells me how backward their system is and therefore some modern solution doesn't apply, what I hear is not, oh, modern solutions won't apply. What I hear is, if you're so backward, why do I care about your opinion? Like, why are you like why do you think that you have expertise? Like, non-backward people do it in a certain way. So anyway, 260, and then goes back to 300, and then 93.3 it goes to 240. I imagine it's this curve. 93.3, yeah, it's the start of this curve actually. And 240, 200, yeah, okay. So, how long does this take? And we need to start it at, I guess, Perivale. This is a point where I can't just half-ass it, and I need to use the best code that ever existed. By the way, tiles and paste. If people really want, these are auto grabbers of and as you can see all the weird things that they've done. These grab tiles from OpenStreetMaps, and paste them together, and this is how I make the World War III real maps. I mean, I didn't start for World War III. I started for crayon just because my previous method was to do manual selection on OpenStreetMap, which limited me to a certain screen resolution, which was not good enough for my purposes for doing big metro area crayons. So anyway, run this. Let's do. Okay, so let's see. Right. I need to constantly input the variables because I never thought to actually start them with. I never thought to actually start them with default values, even though I'm literally stating in the documentation what the default values should be. And I say try n equals 500. It's of course you need 2000. You were starting to accelerate at. Let's actually use the more aggressive Shinkansen right now. K is 26.74. And let's see. Okay. The problem, and then we need to, and the problem is that actually no, I can still figure this out. Okay, so U is the array of kilometer points, and the beauty of this is that you don't actually need to start from 0. So we're gonna start from not quite 53, right? Because it's this minus 58, so we're starting from 51.7. 53, 55, 93.3, 4, 107, 109. V needs to have length 1 less, so we can do it in meters per second or in kilometers an hour, and 360, 260, 300, 240. The numbers, by the way, might be a little bit wonky because I don't know to what extent this deals with. I don't actually think that this system deals with letter restrictions very well. So what we need is, okay, first of all, I'm always gonna do slow pan just to make sure that I haven't done a horrible thing. 2 minutes without the dwell, but I mean, dwell would be at Baltimore, okay. And now we need, what is it called? Speed zone, right? W equals speed zone K because it's kilometer, K, B, C, M, U, V. W, so, this is its 15 minutes, but again, this essentially includes an acceleration vector from 0, an acceleration time from 0 to 360, which is this one. Literally show you maybe slope n divided by 2. Slope n, K, A, B, C, M, 0, 100. And this is literally 2 times this. So we need to subtract, we need to do sum W minus W 0. What? Yeah. So because we're starting at the 360. So it's 822. Yes, this is very math code. I mean, I have been yelled at by other coders that my single letter variable names are kind of like writing code like a mathematician. Teapot told me that years ago when I first unleashed this on the world. But anyway, when you do it this way, then what you get is it's again 8:22 seconds, and this is an aggressive timetable on the commuter trains. Now, what about the the intercities? Now, what about the commuter trains? The commuter trains, there's going to be flat 160, and then there's going to be the little 120 at the end, which we can deal with relatively easily. So, I'm going to do slope and just gonna type the numbers for commuter train. 0.000044, I believe. Is going to be much higher. 0.160. So it's 48 seconds. I've seen videos going up down to 45, and this is because 18 is a slightly fake number. I believe it's rated at like 22 or something, the flirt, or 21. It's just, I think with passengers, it's a little bit lower, so there's a little bit of wiggle room depending on how full trains. The Shinkansen numbers are with assume a full train. They assume a full train. So an empty train would be even faster. Of course, you always write timetables based on the fullest the train could be because you want to be on time, especially at rush hour when you have the least wiggle room. So it's 48 seconds. So essentially we need to do, we could do these speed zones, but the speed zone code is not very good for multiple stops, so we can just manually do it. 109 minus 51.7 divided by 160. And this is going to be in hours, so we need to do in seconds plus, so this is 1290, 1289.25 if you will, plus 48 times 4 because there's 4 interstations. And this is a little bit of a lie because last 2 kilometers are 120 and 160. What we need is to do ACDist. Because the limit of the impact of a slow zone adjacent to a station is that essentially it delays their acceleration to a certain point. So we have 2 kilometers of a 120 restriction. 750 of them, 758 meters of the 2 kilometers are dead letter. The remainder essentially displace 160 into 120 because it means you accelerate from 120 to 160 later, and this means we do 2 minus 0.5 divided by 120 minus 2 minus 0.5 divided by 160, and all of this is 3600. Yeah, this is a 9-second flow zone, so who cares? So this is 1490. What's 1490? It's 25 minutes. What is 822? Yeah, so this is a 10-minute speed difference. Which does mean that you can't do it on a regular 10-minute takt. But you can do it if there's a 15-minute gap with a little bit of difficulty, but only a little bit. And what else? How many standees are in a Shinkansen full train? I want to say none, but I think they're like they do sell standing tickets. I just don't think they have a lot of standees. In Germany, they actually cap the number of standees on the tilting trains because the tilting mechanism only works up to a certain axle load. In France, they don't sell standing tickets. It's kind of weird that they cap it. Like it's kind of weird. Like in Europe, the axle loads, like people build with the axle to 17 tons per axle, and then the average axle load is always a lot less. But so they distribute it inefficiently on the train, and then in Japan, yeah, the axle load can be 10, 11, 12, not 17. 17 is a very Euro thing. It's a little bit like how in Europe people say, oh, only 150,000 people died in our country from Corona. Yay, us. And then you tell them that in Taiwan the number is not zero anymore, but for 2 years it was zero. And then they stare at you like you just proposed to abolish European freedom and embrace Asian hydraulic despotism, something, because people are somehow unaware of the existence of democracy in non-European countries. And it's kind of the same thing with Axel. So anyway, if some trains stop at Aberdeen, first of all, you probably want to slot the you probably want to slot the intercity, not the commuter, maybe. So no, in theory, just past the Aberdeen, right? No, because then no, you want to slot the commuter between, like, right behind an express and right ahead of a local, because the local will catch up to it the slowest. Um, Whereas you can do something like express, local, and then commuter, but only if you have a very big gap. And I don't think you're gonna have a big enough gap for this. Um, so again, this is a little bit of work, but not a lot of work if you need to share tracks. This is also something where you can very easily just say, "Fuck this shit, we're not serving this." Um, it's annoying, but it's not actually high productivity section of the Northeast car of the commuter trains. If it's that big much of a problem. This might be an issue specifically if oh, by the way, this is the 11 minutes. I mean, you can just build if you have any kind of 4-track section, you can just overtake there, and it's not going to be a big deal. This is going to be important, especially if this tail is going to wag this dog a little bit too much. And anyway, let's. So this is not the important part. The important part is the remainder. It's Washington to Baltimore. It's 64.6 kilometers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stops. I don't know if there's any infill plan. This is very express stop pattern. This is, I think, slightly more express than Boston to Providence right now. Comparably straight. It's actually, in many ways, the mayor of Boston to Providence, because Baltimore is bigger than Providence. And so this one. And it's also a fast line. The speed zones are these. I believe. Much of the line can be traversed at 360. If 360 is too expensive or too difficult, then even larger section of it is traversable at 300. In fact, 50 out of 65 kilometers, very high rate. And this is with very minor, if any, deviations from the line. So this is an intentional deviation. This is an intentional curve fix. But otherwise, it's very, very, very little deviation. This is a very straight line. This is not an original line. This is a quick another deviation. This is not an original, like, 1830s, 40s line built to be very curvy, like New York to New Haven or something, or Boston to Worcester. Boston to Providence being a rare example of, in America, of 1830s line was built to very high standards. This is a cutoff. Remember, the Baltimore and Ohio was the original line, and this is 1830s alignment. I believe the first connection, I believe it went Baltimore up until about this junction, the first section to be built. In America, when they started calling railroads something and something, that was often aspirational. So they started operating well before reaching the destination. So Baltimore and Ohio opened. So this section opened 1830 as the first railroad in the United States. I think it only reached the Ohio in the 1840s. I think it was Wheeling, West Virginia. And not 1940 either. Maybe like late 40s, Baltimore and Ohio. And it's original. Okay. So Erie Canal charters. So yeah, it opened to Ellicott City in 1830. Ellicott, where's Ellicott City? Here. Yeah. So they opened a small section, and at the time they were already called Baltimore and Ohio. Like here maybe or something like that. And then no, here's Ellicott City. And then they kept pushing through. And when did they reach Wheeling? Not even 1840s. It reached the Ohio River in 1852. And they didn't even bridge the Ohio River until after the Civil War. So yeah. So again, very low standards, typical of mid 20th century, mid 19th century America. This is a much later cutoff, the one that the state of Maryland was trying to prevent the construction of, but couldn't. So this is built to higher standards. Like the northeast, most of the northeast corridor in Jersey, not all of it, but most of it is I think 1860s, 70s cutoff when the PRR bought the New Jersey Railroad to get to New York. And so this is built to high standards, and therefore high speeds are achieved here. Not full speed because the catenary is a limit, but they are very slowly and expensively fixing the catenary. So how do you do this? So first of all, this is not a two-track railroad. This is really useful. There are plans to fully four-track it. I do not know what their status is. If it is fully four-tracked, it's just a gimme. And if it's a gimme, it even means that you don't need to. You can just keep running these trains, some of these trains through to Perryville, and it's not going to be a big deal because there's not going to be conflict on the actually difficult part, Baltimore to DC. The one thing is that trains don't run through at Union Station. Union Station has a giant surplus of tracks. They don't need to run through operationally. They might need to run through just because it's useful for people from points north and northeast of DC to get to jobs in Alexandria and Crystal City, and or in the Pentagon, or from people on the Virginia side to get to. I don't actually know what good jobs are. I guess Silver Spring. To get to College Park and Silver Spring. I'm almost talking myself into saying that they should not run through the Penn line and they should run through the other lines. Just because there's currently more peak traffic into DC on the Maryland side than the Virginia side. I'm not sure. This is the busiest line, and having it serve Alexandria is useful. It's just I can kind of see if there's a real problem like this actually turning and not running through, and only these running through. So anyway, this is not fully four-track, I believe. There's a four-tracking project. My understanding is that it is underway. It's not like Boston-Providence, which is two-track with a wish list for a three-track project, which is bad, but it's not being funded, and the costs keep rising because every iteration involves less efficiency. So let's see here through the airport. Is this four tracks? Yeah. No, it's three. So 3 tracks are annoying. The reason is that you can't actually use 3 tracks very efficiently. In general, you should never triple track. If you absolutely need to, it's because you need to do some kind of staggered overtakes. And remember, you should probably not do this with intercity trains. And the reason is that with intercity trains, you're making the intercity trains pinch down to a single track, or you're making the regionals do so. And this is why I keep saying don't triple track, but do short quad track sections. Now, this is a section where the intercities can actually run fast and did in fact run fast until the electrification. These are the speed zones, and the and the regionals went 200. I don't know if they went 200 on all of these things that I'm writing. It's 200 or more because I am doing some facelifts and curves. But the point is that this is a fast line. Again, we can compute how fast the line is just because we can just literally run the code on this. Why am I doing this? F5. What? Wait, why is this full screen? What did I do in a past life that this thing randomly full screens me? Okay, and now let's see. I need to type all of these things again because I closed the window. Amy. And again, I'm going to do Shinkansen just because it's faster than Valornovo. And remember, we're making decimal assumptions, so we're assuming slower trains when we write timetables for connections, and we're assuming faster trains when you write overtakes, just to make sure that it works. Obviously, you need to do both at the same time eventually, but not yet. So K is extremely souped up number, which is only viable because these trains are extraordinarily light. Like, Japanese trains are so much lighter than European ones. So I do the usual slow plan. Yeah, this is to 360, is equal to 300, okay. And now I need to do the U vector, which is, it's like from, I specifically have these pluses so you can start from, so I can start from 0 and not worry, and not feel too guilty. And then, because I didn't write spaces and because these numbers are smaller, I'm not going to be able to sanity check that these are the same numbers. Correct, okay. And now I need to do, and I'm just gonna supervise W because I could just write some speed zone K. Just I'm always paranoid about having made an error. What's sum of W? This is it's about 15 minutes. Not taking into account the trains do dwell at Baltimore, which we're kind of ignoring because I mean it's really you should ignore it for computations of how the trains are timetabled together because you're going to get this like you're going to get dwells on both the intercities and the regionals will have however long of a wait to Baltimore as they need for this. Remember, trips from north of Baltimore to DC, it's much more important to connect to the fast trains and to the slow trains. So anyway, this is 9:14, so this is 15 minutes and change. How fast, and this is, I mean, you need to also do, you need to pad a little bit. This is okay, 16 minutes and change. Sorry. Now, what about, so here's the question. Now, by the way, this is kind of annoying for knots because you probably want the knots to be 15 minutes apart, and this is going to be just a bit more, but it's not that important because we're not actually constructing any knots in DC or Baltimore. Essentially, you don't do knots at stations where you're getting a train every 10 minutes. Knots are for stations where trains go every 30 minutes. New London's a knot. Baltimore and Washington are not on this line. So anyway, you do and then what? And then, and by the way, it's also a determinant. You can usually steal a minute because there's always going to be a little bit of a buffer time for passenger to transfer. So take a minute off the buffer. It's fine. So anyway, what's the other factor? How long does it take a slow train to do this? The Penn line has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stops. I think I'm slightly lying about the distance. So it says 64.7. This says 64.6. The reason is that the Great Circle Tunnel is just a hair longer than the old route. But it's something that I think might actually be more than 100 meters, but not much more than 100 meters. So, how irresponsible do we want to be? Let's be, okay, so West Baltimore is 4.5 kilometers, more or less, from Baltimore. So essentially West Baltimore is going to be the 140 zone. So I can move my head back here. It's going to be on the 140 zone, and then everything else is going to be in the 160 or 200 zone. And wait, 60.8, it's about 4 kilometers out. New Carrollton is still that. So be aware that we need to also add a little bit at the end, which is slow pan over to not this K, but a lower K, 18 AB or let's even make let's even see what happens if we left the thing. So this is one. I did have N. Oh, I forgot M. A, B, 4, 4. I should move myself here so we can actually see what I'm typing. M is 1.2, 130 over 3.6, 200 over 3.6, and 17 seconds. So, wait, why am I doing slow down? But I actually need is Actist. Also, I don't need this Actist. I need from 0. So, about a kilometer. And beyond that, it is so let's see. So the significance of this is that you need is that here the last kilometer. Yeah, it's basically a dead letter. It's basically a dead letter. The last 1.7 kilometers is 130, and if you just accelerate to 200 normally, then you hit it within a kilometer. So essentially, you have 700 meters, and you're doing it 130 and not 200. Like, who cares? It's like 800 meters or something. Like 8 seconds. It's like de minimis. And so anyway, you do this, and then what? So you do this, and then you add it. What? We have one interstation that's 140. That's the one to West Baltimore. So how far away is West Baltimore? This says 4.8. But we're actually going to make it 4.9 because we're showing the extra 100 meters around this section for the longer tunnel. Yeah, so what we're going to do is 4.9 over 140 plus the rest being not quite 64 point, the rest being 64.7, so 59.8 over 200 plus this is 8 seconds plus we need to slope and BC 1.2. This plus we need to slope in 240 to West Baltimore. Plus we need to slope in all the rest, which are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times slope and they managed to do it without an error, which I'm actually impressed by the fact that they wrote syntax and it's correct. We can round down because this rounds up by more. 1851. So 31 minutes versus 16 and a bit. So it's about 15 minutes of time difference. You can't do it every 10. You can't swap them every 10 minutes. Forget about it. You need 2 overtakes to do that. Now what you can do is there are existing sections of the line that are 4-track. And you do want to abuse that a little bit. The problem is I never remember what they are. It's a 3-track station. Now you can do 3-track sections if you're willing to have always the slow, never the fast trains. The slow trains can be isolated from the rest of the system more easily. If you're willing to have the slow trains, if you're willing to have the slow trains share tracks, so for example, it's a 2-track section, so especially especially constrained. And the issue is that if it's a speed difference of what is it, about 16 and a half, more than 16 and a half minutes, it needs to be divided. It can't be divided into 2 sections if it's every 10 minutes, only if it's every 15. It needs to be divided into three, so you need um, so you need to divide it into roughly thirds based on, I guess, speed difference, which is not really going to be at the ends of the line because most of the speed difference is concentrated in the middle, where when there are more stops and also when the intercities go faster. So you either build two spaces for overtakes around, I don't know. I don't actually know where they would go is my problem. I'm guessing BWI and Bowie State, but I do not actually know. And Now BWI is not. Now the other important thing is Baltimore to Washington actually has a lot of traffic, enough traffic that you want to try to space them. You can't do it as a train every half hour. That's too little. That's too little service. It's a train every 15 or a train every 10. And certainly in rush hour, but remember, we're planning rush hour and the off peak follows. And this means that we need to, again, either set this up or figure out the 4-track sections. I believe some of them exist. I just don't remember where. So around New Carrollton, maybe, we're already seeing a little bit of orange, but it's 3-track, not 4. So I'm going to check something. Mark and line 4 tracks to see the status of it. They should not 4-track the entire thing if they haven't. If they've already done so, or if they're doing so, whatever. But if they have not, they're not telling me. Okay, this would be 10 years ago if they haven't actually built around. So this is for the record, replacing all the rail cars would cure an problem inefficient boarding. Yeah, just fix the boarding. So far, these are gallery cars. Okay, like gallery, like 1950. I want to say 1957 called, but I mean this is Virginia, a state where they still have Confederate statues. So in many ways, Virginia is 1957. Like has parts that are stuck in 1957. What about Mark? Okay, just hide them. That's not hard. Uh, okay, why are you guys talking about quadruple? Okay, I can't actually find the section. This annoys me that I need to zoom in this much. Is like now I'm worried that there's nothing there that's quad track, which would be awful. Because if all of this is triple track, it can be arranged just in a different way. I mean, essentially in a way where you are running the commuter trains single track, which is really annoying because if they the thing is this is a busy line. Like I mean, they would need to meet so often that it might just be easier um to run them with bypasses. It's just that it's really annoying, and you can't fully use a triple track for this. I mean, you can, but you need to know where to build turnouts. You need to build good turnouts, which GeoS doesn't, and you need to. Right, so so this is where you probably got a gimme track if you need to overtake there. This is the annoying thing about a triple track. Like it's so much construction, so little of it is actually useful for this timetable. Because these are two services that responsibly should not be single tracked. I mean, unless you're very long and you can, like, I don't know, set things up so that the overtake is done on the fast track, on the middle track. But the problem is that you need to, but then the overtake means that but then during the overtake you single track. Not that, is it the end of the world? No, it's not, but it does mean that you need to be very careful with your timetabling. It's very fragile, needs switches at the right locations. Again, needs good scheduling where people know how to do train prioritization, which is very clear. American mainline rail dispatchers blow goats at this. They essentially have you pay, again, as I said, they have you pay for priority, or they have company like dispatchers and one agency purposely give their own trains preference over others, which would be which here might actually trigger EU lawsuits, and in some cases the lawsuits would even have an impact. And when an EU institution like can actually compel member state institutions, that shit got real. Ooh, there's 4 tracks here at Telfa. Good. Um, this is not really how the EU rolls. The EU mostly rolls through expressing concern. Like there's a problem with literally anything you express concern, especially if it's something that the EU could actually fix. If the EU can't fix, then you also express concern about it. So anyway, okay, so it's 4 tracks. Honestly, were the most useful up to Health. So it's first of stops. Then I don't know where you overtake. I still think you might need beyond that another overtake, like 2 more overtakes, which is the annoying part. Like if you could do it, like up to BWI, maybe you could do it with like just Bowie State or something. That's So anyway, so I'm pointing out how this is kind of delicate. It's something that is not. It's something that I'm sure is doable, and I need to sit down and write it, as opposed to Boston-Providence, which is probably actually harder. Like Boston-Providence is harder than this. It's just that I've done Boston to Providence. Like the speed difference in Boston to Providence is higher than Washington to Baltimore. Washington to Baltimore being very aggressive on high-speed trains. To be fair, also aggressive on commuter trains. Assuming it's 200 and not 160. That's 16 minutes. Boston to Providence, time difference, I want to say is about 25 minutes. Or 24 minutes. And so it's definitely, but also there's more traffic. Like a train every 10 minutes, and every 15. So this is something where some multi-tracking will be needed. I don't know how much. I don't think the triple track is adequate. This is the frustrating, and so much construction, and I can't even tell what is being done. Northeast Corridor, Maryland, 4 tracks. This is a proposal, so it's not telling me what actually is. Maybe it's from the state rail plan. And now they're telling me about the 4 billion tunnel that should not be a tunnel. And okay, this is me. I do not need to auto quote. They're not GDPR compliant, which is terrible. Okay. Okay. Operators right of way. Like, Mark, are you actually going to tell me whether the line has? Note that they're not telling me whether the line has 3 or 4 tracks here, which bothers me. Document library, state rail plan, prepared by Cambridge Systematics, because you always must have a consultancy. You can't do it in-house ever. If you do it in-house, then it's out of capitalism. Rail system inventory, passenger rail program development. Okay, you're not splitting it as Northeast Corridor versus others. Okay. Okay, so they're telling you ridership. No, by the way, the ridership at Aberdeen is bullshit. Like at Amtrak, it's Baltimore. I guess also the airport. New Carrollton is kind of a footnote even, with a connection to the end of the orange line of the Washington Metro. Mark, are you actually going to tell me whether you have 2, 3, or 4 tracks on this? No, you're not. This bothers me. You're telling me how many tracks they have at Union Station, but you're not telling me how many tracks. Okay. Of track one. And a high-speed track with no platform. It's just a bad. It's just. I mean, I get where they're doing it, but it's bad. And yeah. Okay. And notice they're telling me about Amtrak, but they're not telling me about running track. So here the colors tell me the name of the agency, but they don't tell me how much service there is, nor quality of infrastructure, which is, to be very clear, terrible, and Cambridge Systematics should be slightly ashamed of themselves. I mean, they won't be, but they should be. Okay. Oh, now you're telling me how much traffic there is, but it's like just the entire line. It doesn't tell me what the traffic density is. Oh, how many tracks? This is just not very good. I mean, maybe I'm missing something because you can kind of tell that I'm scanning and not reading very slowly, but I'm not seeing anything. Activities, and they're talking about just the preliminary engineering at 60 million. Okay. Sure. Okay. Project extend fourth track through BWI. Northern limit. Great. What's this? So note, by the way, that what they're proposing, it's the fourth track through the station. But note what they're saying. They're not saying, by the way, this is one of my top videos here. The station building is over 30 years old and has inadequate waiting, ticketing, and concession area. So note that, so the fourth track is something that I can actually get behind, but note what they're saying. What they're saying is they're not is that the station building needs to be prettied up now because it's an old building. Now, do you know how old? Not how honestly, because it's new. Most European train stations are, and no, they haven't renewed the buildings. Inadequate waiting areas. People should not be waiting at a train station. This is something really important. All the connecting transit needs to be timed. In fact, it can be timed, and this means you wait for a couple of minutes before the train. You don't need extensive waiting. Ticketing, you just do machines. Concessions, I mean, are you really trying to build a public shopping mall? I mean, glad if you can do it for 9 million, but um, of course not, because yeah. Construction is estimated to cost 650 million. No, don't do it. Do not do it. It is not. So this is a couple kilometers of one extra track. Should be a couple, which would be small number of millions, like maybe teens or something. It's between Halethorpe and through the airport. Um, like this. So 10 kilometers, yeah, that should be about 50 million through the fourth track. Maybe good, maybe bad, but don't bullshit me about 650. And they're trying to rebuild the station, not for passenger circulation, but for waiting areas, because people should be waiting at the train station like it's an airport. This is a big thing that a lot of these people think because they do not know how trains work. And yeah, and an extra platform, but platforms are cheap. Yeah. This is a terrible plan. This is an absolutely garbage plan. And they talk about intermodal connections, but I mean, intermodal connections are why you don't need extensive waiting areas. Like a station is a platform. A station is a platform. A PA connect the dispatcher who can sit anywhere, and a timetable. I mean, you can also have an electronic display. This is a station. Everything else is bullshit. Like you want to build a shopping mall, yeah, do it at, do it at Berlin Hauptbahnhof, not at the airport. Long term, yeah. So anyway, no, yeah, this is not a fortress. Like they're not actually estimated cost. I'm actually curious. Replace the BNP plan. Oh, it was 1.5 at the time. I mean, at this point it's 4, but okay. The bridge replacement is $1 billion again. It shouldn't cost $1 billion. It also should not be necessary. Community vitality. Who cares? Upgrade Union Tunnel. Okay, that I can see. Not disclose that I can see. Maglev lol. Continued expansion to 3 main tracks is bullshit. Again, 3 main tracks are not actually useful. Station mods for 4 main tracks, not actual 4 main tracks, which I can get behind. I mean, adequate cost, but this is just a terrible state rep line. It's just absolutely garbo state rep line. Great option. Just trying to see where 4 track. Why is raising platforms at 4 stations going to be 120? Like it doesn't cost 30 million to do it at the station. It's also, I mean, it's vertical circulation. I mean, these are already mostly accessible stations anyway. So what the hell? Like all of this is making me question people's sanity. But anyway, my point is that this is not a 4-track line. Right? It's mostly 3-track line, a little bit of quad-track, which does mean that it's going to be a little bit delicate. Oh, you're asking a question. Yeah, you guys are asking questions. Let me go back and interact. Yeah, there's space within the right of way for some places. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to 4-track everything. Remember, you need to 4-track. I mean, you need. I mean, if the entire line worked exactly 2 tracks, you would need 2 overtakes. There are sections that are 4-track. Ideally, you want the 4-track sections to be such that the 2-track narrows in between are only as long as the distance as the minimum headway between trains, which is about 2 minutes. So you have about 6 minutes of time difference worth. 6 minutes of time difference is worth of 2 tracks is usually your limit. And yeah, this is clearly more than that, which is something to take care of. So remember, we're quad track up until about here. I mean, maybe not through Baltimore. I mean, Baltimore Brand, but not on the exit from Baltimore Brand, but that's not terribly important. Then through Halethorpe. Halethorpe is 360 territory, right? Or is it 300? By the way, one of the things you can do if you're a little bit stressed about this is only run at 300, not 360. Like it's annoying speed limit, but not that big of a difference. So this is 12 kp 12. It's 300, and then around the airport it accelerates to 360, where it stays the rest. Okay, so mostly yeah. So you start from here, and then how much of a difference? So the issue is that each station, when the train does 200, when the train does 160, each station is about a minute 16. When it's 200, I think it's like a minute 25, maybe. Maybe a bit more, or a minute 30. Extra per station, and then also per kilometer. 200 versus 360 is 8 seconds. So a station is about 90 seconds. A kilometer is 8 seconds. So let's say 10 kilometers are 80. And what you need is and you're capped at something like 6 minutes divided by the 1.07 factor, so about 5.5 minutes. That's 330. So so it's like 2 stops and 15 kilometers maybe. which is not actually that much space, unfortunately. But you might be able to get to Odenton this way. And then at Odenton, the train would just be, I don't know, waiting to be overtaken. But the problem is that then you still need to get to Bowie State. It's again, it's sketch. It's sketch, and I don't think it's actually doable with just one overtake, unfortunately. And this is sad because two overtakes do make this more fragile. I mean, Boston to Providence, again, two overtakes, but it's two overtakes with a lot of room at both ends to maneuver, especially the Providence end. And so it's more viable. And remember, also one of the overtakes is somewhat of a moving overtake with two stations, so there's there's more wiggle room there. And here, it probably would not be a lot of wiggle room and the narrows. So I mean, if it's and remember, you can only do 5 minutes. If the trains run every 10 minutes at rush hour, you can only do 5 minutes before you need to meet. So this is money. It's not a lot of money, but it's money. And see, I mean, I guess the airport's actually a good place to overtake. Not to overtake, to quad track. I mean, forget all the bullshit with the signature station, like the sort of people who think that the Green Line extension was insufficiently expensive. And to be very clear, I have met these people. Some of these people are even like sane about other things. Also, can we have a conversation about why the station is here and not here? Because the airport station, I mean, yeah, I get that. I mean, this is, I guess, the access road to the airport, like here, but I mean, the access road to the airport is, I mean, this is just a weird branch. Like, I mean, why is it not here? Why is it not here where you have, I mean, you have the same access road on the side. Like, this is just a really questionable location. To the point that I might recommend closing this entirely and moving the station here as part of the same project. And yeah, so you do this, you quad track 7 kilometers. This should not be 100 million, it should be about 50. So 5 to 10 per track kilometer that you add, I believe. So yeah, you do this, you build the station, which, I mean, if you really want, you can do it with island platforms, but only if you really want. Probably more like, I mean, I don't know, $25 million project. And again, remember, you don't deal with bullshit like concessions or anything like that. Remember, a train station is platforms. Train arrival, digital display, static timetables, PA. Stop doing signatures. Signatures are a waste of everyone's money. Essentially, the issue is that politicians spend X amount of money. This is a visible thing to spend X amount of money on. If they could not, then they would spend X amount of money on about, 10 times that infrastructure, let's say. But it would not, but then they would be able to say, I built these 10 things when I built this one thing, but then these 10 things are maybe harder to like constantly name after themselves or something. It's just, and if it sounds like I'm portraying politicians as petty little assholes who achieve very little, I mean, the reason is that they are petty little assholes who achieve very little. Okay, if it's Bowie State, let me check something. 1/200, instead of 1/360, 1/300. That is only 6 seconds per kilometer as opposed to 8. And how many stops is this? Severn? Oh, like, is there even a stop at Severn? So, no, there isn't. It's BWI. Then Odenton. Like, Hailthorpe to Odenton is 15 and 2 stops. I mean, that might actually be already doable. If the 4 track starts here and then you essentially can steal the dwells at both of them, and you can steal the dwells, and then it might be viable. And then you do this, and then maybe this. So I guess you either overtake Odenton and Seabrook. If you extend up to BWI, can you overtake at Bowie State? Um, so let's see. If the 4 tracks extend up to BWI, and again, it's a little bit farther south than this is because I think that the station needs to be moved. So it's maybe not 21, but 20 kilometers. So 20 kilometers is 2 minutes. If it is instead this, then it is 2 minutes 40. You need to at Odenton, you're losing the full 90 seconds or something, and part of it here and here, but only parts. So about 90, and then not quite 90, more like I guess 60 without the dwell. Yeah, that's doable. BWI Bowie State, and then Bowie State to New Carrollton, I guess. And at New Carrollton, like by the time you hit New Carrollton, remember, you don't go 300 kilometers forever, like you'd go flying off the wall. So, New Carrollton is still 300, but parts of it aren't. So, Bowie State is 26.2 out of DC. This is 4 out of DC, so this is about 18 kilometers. It might actually be doable. It's going to be very tight. Like, I'm actually worried how tight it is, but it might be doable. If the trains don't run to at 360 but at 300, right? Because it's 18. So it's not even 2 minutes, and then there are 2 stations in the middle, Seabrook and Carrollton. And then the slowdown to and then there's acceleration out of Bowie State, but that's if this is a 4-track overtake, then it's not. Most of these 90 seconds are not counted. Also, it's one tail, and by here the intercity slow down as well, and the intercities actually accelerate slower than the regionals, so we're gaining a little bit of time there. Yeah, it's actually doable. Okay, it is. Okay, good. It is doable, one overtake, but only if you extend the 4-track a little bit. If you don't, I don't think it's viable. I think you might actually need to skip Halethorpe to Odenton and then Odenton to Union Station. It's too much, I think, right? Because Bowie State, Seabrook, New Carrollton. You can do it if it's a train every 15 minutes, but then I don't think you have enough capacity for New York to DC. I think you need a train every time New York or DC. And like the only way this is viable with 15 minutes is it's, I don't know, no, not even that, because like the idea is that if it's trained for 10 minutes and then every 15 minutes and and some of the trains are slower, then it still only works if, I guess, maybe if every other train is slow. But even that's gonna be cramped. So probably you quad track this, which is about a 7-kilometer project, not 5, more like 7. Again, 50 million, you rebuild a new station. 50 is high, very high for it. And then you quad track Bowie State. And yeah, I think that's how we do it. So again, is this money? Yeah, it's not a lot of money. Like, it's not actually a lot of money to do a little bit of quad track. It's a lot of money to do a lot of quad track. But I mean, convincing myself that all of this combined is like 100 and change. Anyway, this is about the Northeast Corridor, and we've reached the southern end of the Northeast Corridor. As I said, I'm prescribing New York, and will not take questions about that. For approximately the same reason, you guys know Hikaru Nakamura, the chess player, very trollish chess player who enjoys opening e4, and then his second move is going to be king to e2. And the sad thing is that he wins all the games that he plays on stream when he opens, when he makes that trash opening, because he's still, the world's best or second best blitz chess player. and the people he plays. I mean, some of them are like good players, but I mean, good players in the sense of being 2000 ELO, not in the sense of like being professionals. Um, and so, so in the same way that like Hikaru specifically does Garbo openings on stream, he literally tells people, look, when it's like if you want me to to play a real opening against players at my level, yeah, that's what chess tournaments are for. And it's kind of the same thing. Um, like I'm building myself toward doing the New York region, but so far, let's do the easier part, of which so far this is the hardest. Philly, and there's some snags, especially in the Wilmington area and around the boundary at Trenton. Um, Boston to Providence is, I'm not actually sure if it's more work than Baltimore to Washington. It is certainly less work net of what I've already done, of work that I've already done. Questions about Kingston remain. New London to Norwich / Norwich. Again, I do not know how it's pronounced. The other issue, by the way, I haven't mentioned connections. I mean, I mentioned, I guess, the connection to one connection. The one connection that might be useful to mention that does not exist yet is Wilmington to Dover, Wilmington to Dover to Salisbury, which I don't even know how it would run. Imagine it's one of these. This is like a proper regional train, like a Unalbahn, aka an intercity train that can't make money and is therefore reclassified as regional to avoid subsidizing it and running afoul of EU laws. And so, like it's 160 kilometers by straight line, more so on the railroad, which is, I know, I don't recall the Delmarva railway being that terrible, but it's also not amazing. Like this is a Delmarva railway. It can even go into Virginia, I think, like here, but really, the natural end of it is Salisbury. You go like this. Unfortunately, a lot of stuff there is on a branch, so Ocean City, things like that, cannot be served on the way. It would be a connecting bus, which sucks. Dover, important for Sudbury destinations, and this is the sketchiest part. This is the worst part. It doesn't actually connect to the station in Wilmington. It connects to the bypass. It's nice if you're building the bypass. If you're not building the bypass, what the hell are you gonna do? You're gonna rebuild this? Maybe. I mean, I guess you have to. But this is a little bit sus. So it's like rebuilding this, maybe. I mean, there's no way there should be a tunnel. I mean, I can see a world in which Rolling gets a tunnel. I don't see a world in which a reason to get the tunnel is to have a slightly more efficient connection to Salisbury, Maryland. I don't want to judge, but like some proportions of what things are worth spending tunnel money on and what things are not. So anyway, this is a pretty straight line, thankfully. I mean, like, this might, I mean, not entirely, but this might actually, this might actually teach in, Florida or Texas. And, again, like, this is like maybe the part that's a little bit sus. But it's like 160, I guess maybe you do this. Like, maybe you go like here. But then the connection only goes in the wrong way. I mean, so build like, I don't know. At any rate, and this is more or longer on the Northeast corridor, which you probably would not want to do. So anyway, this is kind of an interesting thing to connect to. The question is, I mean, first of all, how long does it take? It's 160-ish kilometers. How much does 160 kilometers take on a line like this? I mean, first of all, please electrify. I mean, we should not be running diesel in the Northeast. But also, 2 hours minus change. I think like 2 hours minus change is kind of bummer. See, like an hour and a half minus change. So like an hour 20 something. If it's like 122 with short or 120, that would be, yeah, it would be like upgraded low speed rail. I don't know how much freight traffic there is here. I don't know how like the tracks, as I said, like I'm only looking at one thing right now, and this is right of way geometry. And other than the like last kilometer or two into Wellington, the track geometry is uh the track geometry is not terrible. There are also not a lot of stops here. Um, so this might actually be viable in an hour 20. And if not, then like an hour 35, an hour 45 minutes turnaround, and then you do half an hour service with 7 sets. Um, the question is, do you even need half hourly service, not hourly here? I mean, small trains, I guess. Like, do you really want 7 train sets on that? I mean, 6 if you can, but it's um, like it's on nothing, Dover and Salisbury. It's just not that much. And yeah, so you could do this. And yeah, if you could do it half hourly. The question is, what do you want to time the connection to? And remember, Wilmington doesn't have a lot of tracks, so you need to pick something. Um, the most important thing to connect to, the most important thing to connect to is intercity trains to New York and DC. This is also the thing where if the trains come every 10 minutes or 15 minutes, you don't care as much about the time connection. So you might actually just avoid timing the connection. Like you don't want to have a flagrant miss. But maybe you just want to, but I mean, if it's like a 7 minute connection, fine. I mean, timed connections on intercity trains often are 7 or 10 or 15 minutes anyway. Um, and maybe I mean, if it's possible to connect this to the trains to Philly and then to the commuter trains to Philly, then great. But remember, for the most part, the trains to Philly from Wellington are high-speed trains with standing times. Oh, you can. So there is an industrial track that you could do it. Okay, okay. Because if like there's viable track here, then it is the best. Um, and again, you can build a little bit of extra stuff, but at the end of the day, okay. So I'm gonna see if I can get the population by county. So, Kent County is 180K people. Sussex County, which somehow has more people than Salisbury's home county of Wacomico. Apologies in advance for my pronunciation. Is 230. This is 100, I guess. I mean, it's not nothing again, but it's like I don't know, Norway, like very vaguely Norway. Like I don't actually know where more people live in this county than in this county. I genuinely don't. Um, but anyway, the uh, so again, not nothing, but not the thing you want to like burn too much money on, if that makes sense. And so yeah, if you could do it in 6 trains, I mean, spend some money on upgrading the tracks, um, quad gates and so on, so that they don't have these um deafening horns at every crossing. And then you do, if you can do it with 6 trains, that's great. 7 trains, that's 8. It's like kind of lazily slow. With this stops anything. Yeah, so building track is easy. Tracks are not actually hard to build. Like Ukrainians are building them in a war zone. Like the difficulty is always right of way formation. Is the civil war? It's the civil. It's not the track. It's not the track. No, also, I mean, in general, the Ukrainians are. I want to say the Ukrainians are way better at building infrastructure than the US is, but I mean, if we meet aliens from a planet in the vicinity of Belarus, probably better at building infrastructure than the United States. So that doesn't say much. Ukraine is not a low-cost country to build subways anymore. But absolutely, Ukraine and Russia have both built I guess this is maybe where you're talking about. Ukraine and Russia have both built bypasses. Like they both, like when the war started, so 2014, that already set, like there were some Russian lines I think that passed through Ukraine and maybe some Ukrainian lines. I forget if they passed through Russia or passed too close to Russia, or maybe they were, or they passed through the Donbass or something. And so both sides had to build small bypasses to avoid to essentially avoid having to deal with enemy territory. It's like bypasses at that scale are something that both Azad and Ukrainian railways, which I do not remember the Ukrainian pronunciation of, but I will check, um, are capable of. Like it's like an easy project, and these are uh, um, Ukraz Ukrazaliniznitsia. These are not hard. Again, anyway, are there questions? It's been 4 hours of recording. I will point out, which is what happens when I cry on. I mean, this is not prayer, this is planning, but even so, this is 4 hours. Whereas if I rant about the new left or something, it's an hour and a half and I'm done. I don't need this anymore, or this, or this. This might be useful. Oh, if adding tracks in an existing right of way is easy, why do you recommend only short 4-track segments? Because often it's not within right of way. Boston-Providence certainly has that problem where the right of ways to track, like there have never been more than 2 tracks, so you do need to do extra civils in order to add more tracks. Baltimore-Washington at places requires right of way widening, and places doesn't. I mean, so you make sure to prioritize the ones that don't require widening. Bear in mind, because the airport probably needs a little bit of a bypass anyway, just to straighten this curve. This essentially the cost of doing this 2 tracks and 4 tracks is identical. The civils. This is not a topographically challenging area. There again there's a little bit of hilliness there, but nothing that a high-speed train even notices. And like it's maybe difficult to see with the elevation because the elevation is top of trees. But if you try to restrict yourself to bottom of trees, this is not enough of an elevation change to be a problem. This is not a deep trench. And yeah, this is pretty flat. So you just move this a little bit. This does not look like it doesn't look like protected wetlands. At the same time, you can also stop using this weirdly located station and instead move the station to the intersection with this or with this highway, your preference. And then and this essentially also 4 trackless. This is I want to say a gimme, but I don't mean gimme. I mean it's a couple kilometers of new right of way formation, right? So if it's like this, it's like 3 kilometers of new right of way. This is 60, $70 million. It's like 20-ish. Like the average cost of high-speed rail in Germany is said to be 30 million euros per kilometer, so $40 million, but that is inclusive of a hefty tunneling percentage. So tunnel free is most likely about 25. And this is on the easier side of tunnel free, I believe. So again, 20-25 per kilometer. So about 70-ish million, 75. And the 4 tracks essentially, maybe if it's 4 tracks, it's a little bit more, but only a little bit. But it also includes this. So probably, I'm guessing it's 100 million inclusive of a new station. And then, so this is a long 4-track section, and the problem is that the rest are in areas where you're starting to get some suburban sprawl right up next to the track. So here, for example, I think there might actually be space. Like you see, there's a little bit of separation here. So this looks like it can be quadded without too much trouble. But at some point, the question is, why are you quadding so much? Now, there is a good reason to quad, and that reason is to reduce timetable fragility. But unless you're quadding up and like, it's not actually that useful to build 4 tracks outside stations. So essentially, this quad track, even though it looks pretty tame, is not. Remember, the stations go BWI and then Odenton. So it's not actually useful or that useful unless you can actually push the four tracks all the way up to Odenton, which is another really strange location. Because I would expect that they would be better at hitting the main road, maybe. I guess if they're expecting everyone to get off the road because they're driving in a car, just look at the development here. Okay, can you scream green people who believe in model shift just by looking at the land use here? Um, Now, can this be quad tracked? Um, I mean, I'm not saying no, but note that, so for example, the parking goes up until the station. Um, Here, I mean, yeah, you need to widen the right of way a little bit. Um, this looks like there was once a fourth track, so that you can actually fit them under the bridge, which would be very good. If you need to do bridge modifications, then don't. But like doing it all the way up to Odenton, like all the way down to Odenton, that's already like a non-trivial cost to do it between, let's say, Odenton and the airport. Um, it's about 11. That's like another 70-ish million. So it almost doubles the cost relative to just doing the bypass. And what do you get out of extending quad track to Odenton? I mean, you still need to overtake somewhere. Like it doesn't eliminate the need for an overtake. Um, so it just makes it a little bit easier, maybe, which is not nothing, but it's also Twitch was acting weird on your end. What do you mean? And yeah, for us recording, yeah, it's a difficult stream, but I mean, me working and you guys watching me work to an extent. I mean, like I'm not gonna say that it's like literally if I like wrote World War III real on stream because of issues like spoilers. And also, I know exactly how many people are interested in reading World War III real and how many people are interested in reading what I say about public transport. Um, on Twitter, I have 556 followers on World War III real, and about almost 17,000 on main, and maybe I get a little more engagement relative to follower count on alt than on main because my alt is newer. I think I get about 100, 150 impressions per World War III real tweet, and something like. The thing is, like, they don't tell me the engagement numbers except on very recent tweets, and very recent tweets would be after I stopped tweeting. So maybe the algorithm is de-emphasizing me on main, but not alt because I keep using my alt. But like on my alt, it's like again about 150, and on the main, I think it's 2,000. So I mean, yeah, yeah, parking lots can be narrowed, but it doesn't mean that you do need to. But it changes it from completely within right of way to some civils are required, and this does make a difference for cost. For the record, in Germany, I think I've seen 10 million euros per track kilometer, and in Sweden, I want to say about 5 or 7. I think in the Nordic countries, the range is $5 to $10 million, not euros, per track kilometer for, let's say, doubling or maybe quadding a two-track line. So again, it's money. It's not obscene amounts of money, but it's money. Um, I've seen some projects in Boston go a little bit below that if they are restoration of a second track, for example, that used to exist, but adding new tracks that didn't. I don't want to say it's a large multiple of that. I don't remember the cost of the triple track through Wellesley, but it's something that's. I want to say it's maybe that order of magnitude, maybe a little bit higher than 10 per single track element. So, like, when I'm saying these costs, these are not costs that assume that everything works as well as in Sweden. These are costs that are, I mean, maybe they do, but it's costs that are actually not too far from costs that I've actually seen for American projects that were not sold as game changers, transformational, something the governor is going to run on them. Anyway, are there other questions on this 4 hours and 10 minutes stream? I mean, not stream recording. Stream has been 10 minutes longer than that. Let me see. I actually kind of want to look at Ben's map for a sec just to see if there's something that I missed. okay, this is prescribed for our topic. The Trenton thing is actually really interesting. The thing where New Jersey Transit can actually turn a little bit north, and sorry, New Jersey Transit can turn a little south and south a little bit north. It's clever. I like that. Um, Not the only, as I said, not the only way to do it. You can either run through, but it's sus because of likely train length mismatch, or you can do status quo and attempt to timetable around, which is likely viable but annoying. And you want to reduce annoyance. Remember, the schedule planners are a resource. Attempt to do things that can be done with a small team of schedule planners, because um, if you can have a team of 10 people write the timetable, one person supervises, 9 people are line workers, you're golden. If you need a team of 50 schedule planners because it's too complicated, then you start needing more and more of a hierarchy, and eventually the person running the team won't ever touch a schedule and won't know what a schedule looks like, and then the people who actually know what a schedule looks like will have about the same authority that a private has within, let's say, a military company, that is to say, well, no. Like, there are diseconomies of scale, and you do want to like managerially reduce team sizes. I mean, to the extent possible. I'm not saying you should like obsessively not hire people. But okay. There's this part, this NEC part. Yeah. So this is the current airport line. So the airport option for high speed rail would not be this loop, because that is at the expense of trains to DC. And I don't think the traffic from New York to Philly. I mean, traffic from New York to Philly is higher than to DC, but presumably the surplus trains should be yeeted west toward Harrisburg and not toward the airport. So for the airport stuff, you probably would tunnel a little bit around here. Eastwick is not actually a useful station except for like overflow. So like if you want urban service, you either serve it here or you open infills here. So it would go something like this, and then you would use the freight line, and you would get to Addison. Again, an option that should be looked at and then likely rejected. And sorry if I'm sounding a little bit like the old, like the Wild West thing. He will be given a fair trial and then hanged kind of mentality. And yeah, there's that. Anyway, are there more questions? If there aren't, we can end this. Thanks to all 8 of you who've stuck with me for over 4 hours. Oh, and thanks to Ben especially, because I didn't realize that the thing in Trenton was like had that option, that had that Marsville option. It's clever. I like it. Oh, make noise. Um, all right. Um, okay. If there aren't any more questions, I'm going to end this, and then I'm going to, if you're watching this on Twitch, I'm going to tell you I'm going to upload this. If you're watching this on YouTube, it has been uploaded. Congratulations, you've gotten to the end. I do not know what the topic will be next time on Saturday. Always taking suggestions. You know where to reach me on Mastodon. Ping me if you need my Discord, if you're not there already. I'm not putting up the link because I'm paranoid about spammers, but I'm giving it to everyone who wants it. It's not a private Discord in any way. Telling people in advance, do not treat it as a private space. Treat it as a space where it is a special interest group. Oh, do I think that the trains to Portland should make all local stops? Yes. It's annoying. Ideally, they wouldn't need to, but the Boston to Lowell and Boston to Haverhill line makes like it's the same trunk. I mean, currently Boston to Haverhill line is a different trunk, but trains to Maine go by the trunk to Lowell. It's this one. It makes so few stops. Like Boston, the next stop is West Medford. We're actually proposing infill. That the local stops are not that obnoxious. They're obnoxious, but they're not that obnoxious, and deleting them creates more problems than it solves. Like kind of right, like running the Haver line express or something. Like it's not that warranted, and it messes with the timetable. Just yeah, it slows down the trains by about 10-ish minutes, but the speed gains from, let's say, electrifying and actually running on a good schedule are so much more than this. You can still do Boston to Portland in maybe not an hour and a half with all these extra stops, but an hour 40, hour 45. Um, Again, and I mean, you make local stops based on the needs, like I mean, based on the needs of the line. I mean, ideally, if it's a line that has very express demand, and or maybe more express, and this line that is. I mean, remember, this is a regional line that makes very few local stops. Objectively speaking, this is true of a lot of things, like Boston to Providence. Even with all the infills we're proposing, it's like stop every, I think, 5 kilometers or 6 kilometers. South Coast Rail, same thing. The stop spacing is very express because there isn't actually. I mean, there's a little bit in Boston to look at, let's say, Hyde Park, like Reedville, that area, and this is where we're infilling. But in between, I mean, there's basically nothing. You just Boston, like the Boston built-up area, Canton, Taunton, and then New Bedford or Fall River. So it's a very express stop. Or Boston to Cape Cod. Maybe a few more stops in like Quincy and Braintree or something. But and then Brockton's pretty important. But it's beyond that. I mean, Bridgewater, Middleborough, it's very express. It's just a very New England thing. But this also means that the trains should not be express. Essentially, it means that all the trains are running express. It doesn't mean non-stop. It means wide stop spacing. The one place where there is justification for very narrow stop spacing is Boston to Worcester, because there is actually a lot of suburban demand with like a lot of good station locations all this way, like through Newton and Wellesley, or all the way to Framingham. And yeah, there we are proposing express trains in the Transit Matters plan, which you could always access at regionalrail.net. Are there other questions? Um, okay. We'll give people another minute to type something, but if not, then we can end at, I guess, 11:30. Okay. If there are no, if there are no any, it doesn't know any. If there are no further questions, then we can end. Thank you all for sticking by. Thank you all for watching. Something that is very rough, and I mean, in New England, I knew what I was going to say because some of it is stuff that I said a couple days ago, and maybe I inflicted the same thing on you twice for the first 20 minutes. But the sort of the Mid-Atlantic was just me being very raw, and you can kind of see how I was engaging with, especially with Penn's maps. Baltimore to Washington, again, is most likely the most difficult remaining section that is not prescribed as part of New York. And yeah, this is essentially how you should coordinate. You should be coordinating high-speed and low-speed rail on the Northeast Corridor. I mean, it's really useful, and thankfully, pretending that this thing is this thing never to run as a black hole. It's not actually that hard. It's just, I mean, this is, and then this is going on. But outside, yeah, do it alone with some money, but not a lot of money. So anyway, thank you guys for watching on Twitch or on YouTube, and I'll see you again with another video on a topic TBD.